mental distress. Would you believe it? And experiencing mental illness in Ghana as a teenager. Imagine what it's like. And not even one person could accept that I was mentally unwell. Guess what they thought it was? Drugs. Oh, he smoked too much weed. That's all they said. My own biological mother was ashamed to know that I had mental health issues. She'd rather be seen, let me be seen as a weed smoker. Oh, sorry, I want no weed. And they heard the iron. They believed I was a weed smoker. Yes, I did smoke weed. I did smoke weed, yes. But was it the weed? It probably was a substance-induced psychosis. Now that I know what it is, looking back, it probably was. But that simply also means I was prone to certain things, and so therefore smoking the weed would have been a trigger. We can all just speculate. I'm not the expert here. We've got doctors here. But my story is that I'm going to be very brief. I'm not giving you no details, but I'm just telling you that when it comes to someone who has experienced mental health challenges, I believe I'm one of them. And I experienced it so badly that even my relationships growing up in London as a youth, in my 20s and whatever, was impacted on, that people always associated it with drugs, lifestyle, drugs, lifestyle. So the entire mental health issue was not recognized. And guess what happened? I felt sidelined. I felt victimized, and yet I was struggling. And because society was not accepting me, I had to do what I was comfortable with. Live on the street. Go to where I was accepted, where I felt belonged. And guess what? I got myself into criminal justice system challenges. So it was either he's in prison, he commits either I used the drugs, got influenced, committed petty crimes, got nicked, sent into prison, got depressed, moved to hospital, stayed there, get better, get discharged, get back again, do the same thing over and over again. And that was my life over 2 decades. Now, you can imagine, when it gets to that point, it's like lights out. And there is no hope for you. It's like, that's it. Who is going to trust you with anything? Tell me. Nobody. And so, I had to carry on doing what I was comfortable with. Meaning, doing the same thing round and round again. But you know what? As I said, a congregation like this, keep it going. Most of all you who come in here sometimes probably leave your homes in a very low spirit. You come in here, and by the time you leave, you're elated. And you think you came and the worship, excuse me, I'm not saying that God is not here, and you think it's God that lifted you. The community. It's the people within the congregation. When it comes to mental health, as much as you need the cure and you need the doctors, you also need your community. And you need your community to understand what it is that you're probably going through. You need them to be able to empathize with you. You need them to be able to relate to you. You need them to be able to understand exactly what it's like not to be okay. Now I'm going back to my story. Following on that, a point came when someone, a doctor, through his engagement with me, made me believe that, you know what, I had something. And no one had ever let me know that I had that thing. But to be precise, I had something. I had a very good upbringing. I had one of the best educations that any child born to an African middle class could have. I had it. But all that almost was going to go into waste. Thank God it didn't. Just if I told you lots that my life changed just over 10 years ago, and today, let me show off a bit and tell you something. I'll tell you something. I don't want to tell, I'm just giving you a brief overview of my life, where it was, what I've been through, where I am. And what I've been through is that, guys, listen, I've been in hospitals, prisons, police stations, name it. That's enough to me. Yeah? I still take medication anyway. I still have my diagnosis anyway. But do I look like I have any diagnosis? Now, do you know how many of you here, which if you go for assessment, might end up with diagnosis and you don't know? Which is there's nothing wrong about it. It's all about just knowing that you have community support and that you are the person you are. Look at my left, Peter. I wore it purposefully. I'm wearing a Rolex Yachtmaster. It's not fake. For you to have this watch, you need to actually place an order for a minimum of 18 months. And that's mine. Platinum with a diamond bezel. I own it. Thank God. It's a material thing. I shouldn't be proud of it. But to be fair, if I can afford it and not sell it as I used to, I never used to own it. I would steal and sell. But now I can keep something like that. Let's thank God. And I'm not done. See that ring? That's a Rolex Platinum. Solid platinum. Every stone is diamond. I can engage 2 women with it. Say amen. And it's God. And this is the mental health patient that's climbed the ladder to owning things like that. Done. You see that bangle? And listen, God is my witness. I'm not showing off. I'm using them as evidence that life can change, that we can always get better, that there is hope at the end of that dark tunnel. That is solid platinum with gloves that I use to fight my demons. I got it made, and every stone is diamond. Amen. You see, today, whenever you're feeling low, remember this day. That is not going to be the end of it. Remember what BESSTEL is doing. We are touching hearts through any means necessary. Members of this congregation, you are touching hearts. You are supporting one another. Make sure that the communities that you belong to, you identify that there were problems brewing and you would know how to deal with them. On that note, we have mental health first aid coming on. I will be taking you through it. We'll be going through what mental health is, some of its causes. I get emotional when I get to this point. You know why? My last example is my mother. I told you I went unwell. Ghana, at the age of 16, I was in boarding school. Took me to asylum. I was about probably the youngest. I remember very well, years ago. I was there for months. Then I got discharged. When they brought me home, the day I came home, I was in the living room with my sisters. And my sisters are very close to me. And they were like, you could tell they were just feeling for me. They wanted to talk. They were watching TV. All of a sudden, I noticed that my sisters were getting distracted. Papa, when I turned, my mom was calling them from her bedroom door. My mom telling them to then come before I get up and hit them with something. Oh, my own mother. You blame her though, because she did not believe that I was going through church. She just thought I was mad because of my drug take. And so she's trying to save the rest of the kids that were okay to come off, leave the room before he does what? Hits you with something. Guys, mental health is real. But once we provide support and we are there to support one another, it's not only clinical. We've got the psychosocial interventions, we've got the community interventions, we've got everything that makes it real. I hate embarrassing people, but I've got a colleague here that I would like to say, look here, and you mind, Frederica, say hello to everyone. We invited her because, Frederica, say hi, there she is. This is one of my colleagues, and I work with her. And do you know what? She's gone beyond the point of also being shy or ashamed of her challenge, just because of what she's achieved. I work in several hospitals as a consultant, service user consultant. This lady, she was a patient. I worked with her. She never ever wanted to engage in any form. Each time I tried to talk to her, she held back for years, almost 3 years. And one day, for some reason, we took a bus, innit? She was going to town. A quick one. Spoke, started to talk to me. A year or two after we started talking, I'm encouraging her to involve in activities. She took to it. And guess what? This lady got discharged a week before what? Lockdown. A week before lockdown. And you can imagine coming out of hospital after years and then experiencing lockdown. I used to drive from Croydon to go to Ealing Broadway to pick her, to bring her to New Cross Gate, to our office, just to keep her busy. And I'd drop her back. And we did that throughout lockdown. And we had a station. We used our expertise. Guess what? The first thing I did was, how you take care of social media? Oh, yeah, I don't have no idea. We sourced the training online because it was locked down. I paid for it. Within months, she became a social media guru. You think it's ending there? It's not ending there. And she said to me, oh, now September, I'll be starting my course. What is it? I've always wanted to be a lawyer. What? She said, yes. And she's Italian. She's not English. This lady today has finished her first degree in law. So do you get that? And this is a living proof that mental health, if you work towards it, it's not about getting rid of your challenges, but it's about managing them and living with it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nash. That's fantastic. We're going to move on now to our two colleagues here, two psychiatrists, and give them a big round of applause for coming up here to share their story. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Susham Gupta, and very lucky to have Dr. Salter, Mark Salter, with us today. He's an esteemed colleague, and I look up to you, Mark. I have for many years. And wonderful to share. To start with, I think we've passed some papers around. So if you have any questions, you're most welcome to put your hands up and ask. But alternatively, if you want to, kind of pass the papers on to us, we can have a look and see what other questions you might want to, if you have any questions, we can address them. Mark, I'll go around and collect the papers. And I was thinking, should we do it as a question and answer session?
Well, we could do. I mean, it all. When I came here this morning, I thought I was going to have a tick on alcohol and what to do about it. But hey, I think we can just pour the alcohol away, and talk about anything you want. But how long have we got? If we're going to do this kind of free form, then how long have we got? Okay, so let's roll. Let's just pick up with it.
Yeah, and we can touch on alcohol and substance
Sure, on the way
as
if we
part
can,
of
because,
that.
I mean, it's our favorite tranquilizer after all. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just go and collect the piece of
Okay.
paper if anyone has any
All right.
questions.
First of all, then, while Sushan's picking up the bits of paper, let's pick up pretty much where Nush is your name. Yeah. Thank you, Nush. That was there's so many questions I'd like to ask, but yeah, that was fascinating and really interesting, and the way you drilled down to the key points. And if I take anything away from that, and there's plenty of things I did, the question is belonging. What does belonging mean? Right? And that's one thing I want to ask. But before we get into that really important thing about the idea that belonging means something very special, I want to ask, what's the difference, think about this, between mental and physical? And it's a thing I still struggle with, and I think the whole world struggles with this crazy idea of there's the mental illness and the physical illness. And I want to tell you something. For example, if I went to my doctor and I've been playing a really hard game of tennis and I've been overextending my forehand smash and whacking my elbow and I've got this bulging pain here, okay? And I go to my doctor and say, "Doctor, I can't play tennis anymore. My elbow is killing me. I think I'm overdoing my return of serve and my serve." And he'll look at you and he'll feel, oh, yeah, he or she will look at you and go, "Yeah, so you've got an olecranon bursitis, right?" And he'll give me a name for this inflammation, right? But supposing you went to another doctor with exactly the same thing and he said, "Ah, yes, your elbow's got physical illness." You're thinking, yeah, and yeah, your elbow's physically ill, right? You'll think, I'm changing doctors. I'm going to Harley Street if I can afford it. If I was wealthy as Nash. But having said that, supposing we go to a hospital or a doctor and say we're feeling so low or so miserable, or there are thoughts inside our head that we don't want. Maybe they're not even our own thoughts or something. You go to a doctor and he says, "You've got a mental illness." Why should the word mental illness be real, whereas when we say physical, we feel shortchanged, like we haven't got to the bottom of the matter? How can mental illness be something valid that gets to the bottom of what's really going on? So, I wonder if anyone here could tell me what they think is the reason why physical illness isn't a good enough explanation, but we're quite happy to have mental health units. You don't see the word physical health unit written over a hospital, but why mental health unit? Why do Nushim and I work in the City and Hackney Centre for Mental Health? What on earth is it? Over to you. What do you reckon is the difference between mental health and physical health? And why have we got this crazy split? Any ideas?
Is it all right to stand up? Okay. I mean, between mental and physical, mental, it comes with emotional, right, or psychologically. And then physically, you can feel it, you can know the pain that you might go through.
Good point. So it's something to do with emotion and bodily feeling. We'll come
Hold
back
it,
to that.
Mark.
Also, say for instance, if you're taking a time off work, if you've got something physical, something that you can actually see, isn't it? Whereas if you now go to your boss and say, "Oh, I'm having a bad mental day," you can't really see that. That's something, as you were saying, emotional, something that's internal. So well, if it's physical, we can see it. If you've got a cut, if you've got a bruise, if you've tripped over, it's bleeding, it's something that we can actually see. But if it's mental, it's always kind of like, oh, well, you can get over it because it's something that's internal. Yeah.
Just as Nash said when he was narrating his story, the invisibility part of it makes it very difficult for people to understand you and to empathize with you. Some may say, oh, you are faking it. And for others who have gone through the same situation, will quickly relate to you and understand what you are going through, even though it's invisible. But for those that don't understand, they don't understand that mental health has this invisibility appearance that is very difficult. And if you don't have that medical background or you yourself hasn't gone through it, it's quite difficult to even empathize with somebody. Amen.
I
mean-
always think of the social contract of health.
Certainly.
If I fall and if I'm cycling to work and I have an accident, so on the street, and what can I expect from people around me? I can expect them to help me, and where will they take me? Hospital. And what will happen? And then I can't walk. I'm bleeding. What can I expect from the hospital? Nurses and doctors to help me, and so they say, oh, you got a broken whatever bone, and I become a patient. Now the police can't give me the diagnosis, clinicians can. And so what's my role then as a patient? What can I expect from people around me? So medical care. If I go back home and I'm not able to go do my shopping, I can expect my friends and family to help me. And what's my role as a patient? To recover. And what do you have to do to recover? Do the right thing so that I can get better and become a functional member of society. Right. So I'm going to pass this on to you. So what happens with mental health?
Well, I think it's a very interesting question, and we've already teased out from what we've heard from the floor so far some very, very key points. Number one, that it's something to do with emotion or feeling, and that's another really, really big word, and we'll come back to that in a sec. Number two, it has to be something that is seen as real. And some people suggested that you had to be able to see it, almost touch it, the blood in Susham's knee before he gets to the hospital, something like that, So we have to see visible signs of suffering. But hey, if it's internal, it's very private, how do we know? What do we rely upon to hear a person tell us about this thing that's actually real, full of pain, negative emotion and suffering, but it's in there and it's hidden? And then another thing that came out is the way that other people see you, as you were saying, that, it's the way you see, well, a person calling out in pain, in sadness or distress, because of this inner thing. And then, of course, there's this idea that we have to have an explanation. The doctor gave me an explanation of what's going on with my elbow. But we can, if we think about it, understand and give explanations, physical, if you like, thing explanations to what happens when our body starts to go wrong. And especially that most important part of the body, that really is, or shall I say it, the mind. What is the mind? Now let's think about maybe what we mean by the word mind. We've talked about mental versus physical, and the mind is something kind of mental. And we've talked about my elbow, we've talked about Susham's knee, right? But let's just talk about this weird thing called the brain, or the human central nervous system, if we're going to get technical about it. And I want you to think about something. The human brain is the only organ in the body that can love, laugh, and vote. What does that tell you about that organ, the brain? The mind that lives in the brain. What's going on here? We've got this thing between our heads about the size of a bath sponge, dipped in margarine, the consistency of thick blancmange, and it can love and laugh, or cheat, or lie, or steal, or invade the Ukraine, or build a hospital in the middle of the fields in somewhere given to you by the Ashanti king in Ghana. What are all these things that this brain can do, and how does it do them? Over to you. You've all got brains throbbing away between your ears right now, listening to me. What on earth is going on? Where does your brain come from? What does it do? How might it go wrong?
And we're not separating brain from the mind, are we?
Can you? Can you separate the brain, Susham, from the body? Susham, what do you know about the way that the body and the brain connect? Can you give us a quick sort of 3-minute blast on the entire connections of the central nervous system?
No.
Okay, put it another way. I like that word, no. It's an honest answer. Susham, can you tell me a single part of your body that is not somehow connected to the central nervous system?
Tip of my nails?
I'm afraid the paranechial bed of the nail is completely connected to an exquisite number. Have you ever had your fingers
that I can cut off.
Have you ever had your fingernails ripped out?
I'm not talking about fingernails.
The tip. Okay, so you mean the dead tip. Okay,
But
right,
yeah,
okay.
You're absolutely right.
But remember,
connected.
that tip only a week earlier was growing flesh, and that was
Was.
connected. My point is, isn't everything connected to everything in our body?
So we established that our body and our mind are connected.
Which
You were
some-
asking about
Yeah.
what people think about mind and the brain.
Exactly. Back to you guys. We're beginning to see a few connections appearing, aren't we, between the body, the physical, my elbow, and the mind, my mind. Stay with this. What is it like to have a mind? Sir?
Well, in my understanding, on the simple terms, the mind is the way we feel, think, the way we relate to people and things around us.
Yep.
And our brain came in or contribute to how we accept or how we respond to this.
Okay.
So somebody with mental health issue may have an impact, such a decision that will be acceptable to himself or the people around him. So it's two-way, both work.
Right.
together.
That makes a lot of sense to me. You've used the word accept twice. We react in a way that is acceptable, you said, and then someone would accept what you have said. You say, so let's just stay with this, because wherever we go here, we get deeper into meaning. What does accept mean? The mind accepts. The mind, to this gentleman, is an essential part of the process of accepting and being acceptable. What if the process of accepting goes wrong? So let's back to you guys. What do you think? Give me the meaning of the word to accept. If I say that I accept your question as an intelligent and thoughtful one, which I do, what am I accepting there? What's gone on that makes us accept? That makes this entire thing connected to every bit of my body that thinks and feels and whatever, accept this man. Am I accepting with my mind? Or am I accepting him with my body, which is my mind? Can we see barriers are starting to break down slowly?
I mean, it will base on my thought process and how I feel. That will give me a signal, and my body will accept what probably the brother was saying. So
Very interesting.
it go through my thought process.
So, accepting, you're saying, has got two bits to it.
Yeah.
It's got how I think,
Mhm.
my thoughts,
Yep.
and my feelings. I want to try something on you, okay? Sometimes...
And is there a self and other here?
Well, there is, but Susham, are you ever aware of the way that sometimes you feel like you say, you know what I think about that guy? Or I suppose you might say, I'll tell you what I feel about that guy. What's the difference? Sometimes we can use the word thinking and feeling completely interchangeably. Oh, I don't know, I need to share my feelings on this one, or I need to share my thoughts on this one. What's going on here? Is thinking, feeling? We use the words interchangeably. Sushan, what's going on here when we talk about thinking and feeling, parts of the mind connected to the body that involve accepting other people and being accepted by other people? Can you see we're building a picture now of what the mind really is? We've got a long way to go. We haven't got anywhere near God yet. He's important. Sorry, she's important. They're important. Whatever you mean by that. But hey, let's leave the spirit for later. Let's just stick with thinking and feeling. Susham.
I'll answer, but Nash wants to add.
I have something to say about that.
Sure.
Depending on one's learning style, they might communicate accordingly. I am a very kinesthetic person, touchy feeling. I learn through touchy feeling. Sometimes I'm very auditory. So for that reason, if I'm thinking about Susham, I would be looking as I'm developing a feeling about him. If I am visual, I'm seeing something in Susham. So I think, from my experience, I assess people based on my frame of reference.
Uh-huh.
And also how we feel at one point. And
Where did you get that jumper? Clark's. $49.99 in the sale. Yeah. Okay.
so you got the emotional response, the kind of intuition, and then you can spend time thinking and say, often we get feelings and then we try and make sense of our feelings. And we can jump to the right conclusion, or maybe not so right conclusion. They are interconnected, and like you're saying, sometimes the feeling can drive the way we're thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Boy, we are really
Just
shooting off in directions here.
just
Okay, we've
one
gone
point.
from mental. I want to wind back actually, because Nash has just opened up an entire textbook of human nature here, and we're flicking through the pages. I want to come back to the earlier part of what Nash has said, because so many things shoot in different directions. Remember, just earlier on, that's where we are so far. There's a thinking and there's a feeling. They're somehow mysteriously interchangeable. There's accepting, there's being in the world. There's this throbbing organ inside our brain, in our minds, where this thing happens, right? But what did Nash just say at the beginning of that? He was looking at Susham, he was looking at me, my shoes and everything, okay? But what was he doing? He said he was looking at and feeling and taking in information about Susham. In other words, light was bouncing off of these lights, hitting Susham, and bouncing off of Susham's blue, or the brown of his jumper, or the elegant curve of his jaw, or that soft, gentle, loving look in his face that makes patients melt. I know, I've worked with him for 20 years. I've seen this in action, okay? And that light, just light, gave a Susham picture that went into Nash's brain, hit his eyes. His mind was taking in the world. He was taking in information. But as he took in that information, he said he had a feeling. He looked at him with his eyes, and he felt his presence. What goes on between someone you love, or you're indifferent to, or you dislike, when you are in their presence? What happens? What is this communication that happens?
I'll tell a little story that might help. When I first met Nash, the first day, he said, I hate psychiatrists.
I hate quite a few of them too.
And now we are friends.
Yeah, but we're on the same frequency.
That's the thing, one's experience. And again, he's very open and brash. But I knew I had a bit of a challenge. And now, hand on heart, I can say, Nash, I see Nash as a friend. Remember, Nash, what you told me the first day we met?
So are we talking about acceptance? Are we talking about something being bridged between you that said, I accept you and I accept the things you think about me? And somehow you made you struck some sort of, well, what? A bargain, a relationship, a connection, a link, a bond, love, fondness. I mean, what happened between you? As, at the level of the central nervous system, Susham, the brain, this throbbing, accepting, thinking, feeling, perceiving thing that takes in information. We're beginning to see what the brain's doing, aren't we? But what happened in your relationship? What changed it?
It evolved. We got to know each other. We started feeling safe with each other.
Yeah. But at first, when you first met him, he said, I hate psychiatrists.
I knew it was a challenge. I felt it was a challenge. And I thought, that, oh gosh, this can be hard. I mean, I'm not sure we'll be able to work together. But then he gave enough warmth in his interaction to make me,
Okay.
and I had to be careful initially. So it was the interaction, and I think we both tried each other out to see how far we can.
Can we drill down into this a bit more?
Yeah.
So where were you and how old were you when you first set eyes on this remarkable man? Okay, where were you?
My home.
Uh-huh, okay.
Yeah.
And
He came to my home and said he hates psychiatry.
yeah. Were you sober?
Pardon?
Were you sober? Had you,
We were sadly very sober that day, weren't we?
yeah, at the beginning of the evening. Yeah. And out of the blue, this huge guy with locks and big shoulders just says to you, I hate you. Yeah. You're a psychiatrist. I don't like psychiatrists. He said, so it was implied. Can I just ask, can you remember the first thing he actually said or did? Did he say that, first of all, with words or with a look? Did you take him in with your eyes, or did you take him with your feeling, or through your ears with his words? Uh-huh. You accepted what he was saying, in other words. There we go. You really were onto something, weren't you? Okay. Can I just zoom in now on the medical side of you? Okay. What happened in the moments he said that to your galvanic skin response? Yeah. Right. Could you say more about that word threat? He challenged you. He threatened you in a gentle way, because obviously he was in your house. He wasn't going to eat your carpet or anything.
So yeah, my brain picked up a potential danger of fall and was responding to that. My mind, on the other hand, said, I have to keep this situation under control. I can't say, I hate patients. That wasn't a response, by the way. I was just joking. So I had to try and understand what my emotions were and why I was having them and what Nash was trying to tell me.
Uh-huh.
And he was in my home, so he has made himself available to have a conversation.
You
So
couldn't shut him out.
he could have chosen not to come.
Yeah. What your emotions were, what your feelings were. Do you mean your bodily feelings or the word feeling, which means exactly the same as thinking. We've just agreed that. Thinking and feeling, well, hang on, they are different. Feeling seems in the body. What is this difference between feeling and emotion?
It was a visceral initially. I'm trying to imagine how it felt. It felt something in the stomach and in the heart, maybe a bit of palpitation. I had to keep calm. I had to keep it under control.
Get it. So you're saying then that thinky kind of emotion, I tell you what I think about that guy, I tell you what I feel about that girl, is up here. And the real bit of feeling is here. Here. We're talking about heart and gut versus brain and mind. Is that it? Right. Can you see where we're moving in now to how the ordinary mind, mental health, really works? Let's go one stage further, okay? Susham, if you saw this guy again tomorrow, okay, and he was dressed as a red letterbox. He'd gone out his way, he'd made a cylindrical costume out of red. So one end it's got, Elizabeth Regina on the front, and then he walks in, this letterbox with these legs walking, a big one, okay, a double-sized letterbox, and then you say, who is that in there? He says, it's Nash, I'm disguised as a letterbox. What would you think? What would your body do, your gut do? And more importantly, what would your memory do?
Knowing Nash, it could be he's coming from a fancy dress party
Yep.
or going to one.
Yep, there you go. So you're making explanations of fancy dress party.
Yeah. The back of my mind, knowing Nash, and because Nash has been so open, I could be worried. At first, I would check with Nash. There could be a perfectly.
Would you post the
sensible,
letter?
Yeah. Maybe he's playing a trick on me.
Yeah. So I've just suggested something completely crazy, okay? Every single thing that Sushan knows about this remarkable gentleman, okay, has suddenly been challenged by him turning up disguised as a letterbox. Bright red. What the hell is going on here? Is this craziness? But when he hears that booming voice coming out the slot, and then he unzips the back and thinks, oh, God, it was hot in there, and takes it off, and we see the full Nash come out in the open. He's indeed on his way to a special theme Christmas party, a fancy dress party, and he's really gone to town to make this thing, okay? How would you feel as you saw him get out of that costume and the real person appear? Would you suddenly think, oh my God, it is him after all? Or would you already have been satisfied in spite of no visual information? Remember, information. You were satisfied it was him beforehand. How come? What would have led you to be satisfied that this was Nash, he was sane, and he was on his way to a fancy dress party? Why would you believe that?
I have memory.
Memory. In other words,
I've gotten to know Nash, and I recognize the voice. It sounds like Nash. And of course, I'm taking it that Nash is going to there must be clear explanation for that. But when I see Nash, I'll feel warm.
So when you see Nash, in other words, you see information that says Nash is in front of me, he's coming out of that bizarre costume, something feels in you. So having memory and having feeling seem a bit connected. Is that what you're saying?
Very much so.
So when you recognize somebody, you are feeling something. Huh? Oh, could we go one stage further and say... Sorry.
It would be a complex feeling because I'm still trying to work out, if it's okay to say, that is Nash okay?
Yeah.
So I am also a bit confused at the same time, trying to work out what was the right balance of exploring the situation. And then he could be absolutely fine.
Right.
I feel the warmth coming back.
So for a minute then, you're saying that acceptance was provisional. Is this... For a moment, you're thinking, this does not compute. There's something weird going on here. This does not fit with all my previous understanding of this man who 3 years ago was giving out to me in my living room. We've become friends ever since. So when there's extra information, Nash likes dressing up in really weird costumes, for example. This is entirely fictional, of course. We have to expand our acceptance to take in the new information. In other words, any relationship, acceptance, relationship, thinking, feeling, taking in visual information about a person means we must continuously update our understanding of that person and their situation by taking into, accepting more information through our eyes, our ears, our heart, our feelings, our gut, and remembering them and updating all the time. Every day we get up a day older, perhaps a day wiser. So we're also constantly updating ourselves. So let's just stop now and think where we've come so far in this exploration of mental and physical. We have a sense of ourself in our mind, which comes from our bodies, which are connected to every bit of us. The gut that churns, the heart that beats when she says, yes, I will. Anything that happens that excites us or thrills us or frightens us in here. And we take it in through our eyes and our ears and our nose, and it stirs feelings and it stirs thoughts. And when a thought is tied to a feeling, boy, do we remember it. The big thoughts, the sort of thoughts that exchange between Nash and Susham, he will remember all his life. So memory, thinking, feeling, taking in information, and remembering things, thinking, if you like, perceiving, emotion, memory. Can you see now how we've got the big things that the brain actually does? The brain feels, the brain perceives and notices, the brain remembers, the brain updates, the brain accepts, the brain connects. All of these things are things that the brain does. There's one thing missing. What else does the brain do? This is about all information coming into the brain and updating. What other thing? We've got thinking, we've got perceiving, we've got remembering, we've got feeling, we've got, well, choosing, if you like. You know, Susham had to choose to accept that was still Nash when he took the costume off. So we've got those things, but what's the really big thing we're missing here? Not the stuff coming in, but the stuff that goes out. What is that? Say, what are you going to say, Nash? Say again? Influence, yeah, you could influence, but let's get it down to a simpler word than influence. It's a word in the English language. It's only got 2 letters. It begins with D and ends in O. What is that? It's the verb to do. I have no idea how you say that in Gan or in Tree, but I tell you that in English, it's the verb to do. Every country in language in the world has the words to do. It's what you do. What you do is send out signals. Nash had the courage to say to you, I don't trust you. Susham had the courage to accept that, not feel overwhelmed by it, and reply, well, tell me why you don't understand psychiatrists. Because he would probably have said, you wouldn't believe the shit I've been through. Excuse my language. And Susham would say, oh, yes, I would. And because Susham, he would have said it in a way, he would do it in a way that made this man feel that actually, there's the possibility that the sights and sounds and the tiny breaths and the sounds that Susham made might be worth accepting. And at a human level, what Susham did made him do acceptance. Everything we do in the world comes from that amazing combination of things in our brain that allow us to go out into and go through the world. Right, let's go further. Susham, what's the world?
What's the world?
Yeah.
World used to be quite a small entity.
Yeah.
When we were hunter-gatherers, we'll have around 40 to
Once
200
upon a time.
200 people to deal with, and we would move from one place to the other. So we had to interact with only a small group of people, and there'd be a bit of hierarchy within that. And we have to face the challenges of the environment and get food and all of that.
200,000 years ago in the Horn of Africa.
So
Okay, fast forward. Yeah,
fast forward, we got around 200 names on our phone.
Hey?
We got how many? Some for a while. Now it's changed. We had around 40 to 200 close people on our phones.
Yeah, I'm not.
that's the number
Close.
of people we
Yeah, yeah.
can really feel close to.
Yeah.
It's still a very old instinct that remains with us. But we have to deal with the wider world, which is, we have to exist with others. We constantly have to monitor our environment. We
Yep.
also build relationships.
The human environment, you mean?
Constantly evolving environment, social, emotional,
Yeah.
physical, and
Susham, what else is on your phone apart from all your contacts?
oh, my CPD list.
Your CPD, continuing pointless development. Yes, yes, that's right. Yeah.
So to answer your question, we are individuals, but
Yeah.
our brain, I don't think of our minds as individual. We are completely connected, we're constantly connected, and it's a very ancient process that remains even in the digital
Yeah.
area, age. Very
Yeah.
important. I don't think I answered your question though.
No, I think you're talking about connecting. Does anyone here speak Gun? If I say to you, Misumobo, hey, I seem to connect it. I seem to connect it with someone.
I love you.
Huh?
I love
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't.
you.
Sorry?
Your
I know.
Okay.
I know it's Yoruba. I can give you Igbo if you're interested, or Tree. But the point is that, hey, what am I doing? Shit, you got a white boy. He's connecting. How do you know that? So really strange things are happening here. Jinayin? If I say to you, "Kya tumhe nahi pata ki mere baap kaun hai?"
You always got it wrong. I'm a Bengali speaker, not a Hindi speaker.
Oh, please forgive
After
me.
20
Oh,
years.
God. My point is that, look, people are laughing here now. What's going on in your bodies, your minds, your memories at this very moment when I've deliberately chosen to use language to connect with you all? I can hardly speak a word of any country language from West Africa. But, somehow there's some connection going on here. What's happening in your bodies right now? Over to you guys. Where have we come in the last half hour? This is your story as much as ours. Is it? Did you feel safe when suddenly I accidentally used a Yoruba word from another country, a seriously crazier country a bit further up the coast? There was a sense of tension there, wasn't there? Oh. Hey, he doesn't understand us. He's using a Yoruba word. I'm saying is these things are fluctuating all the time. There was safety,
Hello, yeah.
then there was a dip in safety, and then there was again.
Apart from what Nash said, you are also trying to connect and have that sense of belongingness.
Huh?
'Cause you are not a Ga. And definitely for me to accept you, how come a white guy is speaking Ga? Yeah, and I accept you because I understand what you are saying, and that is me. And I am in a way I'm also identifying myself with you because you are speaking my language, and so that is where the acceptance comes in.
Yeah.
Amen.
3 words of your language. Yes. 2, depending on how you use your verbs. Yeah. You're about to say something.
Alicia, now, Alicia's just holding the
Keisha,
mic for us.
you're holding the mic with such confidence. I thought you were about to either sing or say something. Sir.
I think essentially it's all about stimuli, it's about perception.
Yes.
Because if we're talking about the mind, for me, the mind revolves around the way we perceive things. We perceive people, we perceive
Very much so.
situations. So, if, for example, you meet someone for the first time, you got a whole lot of emotions running through your mind, and it all crystallizes
Yes.
in the way you perceive the person. So for me, that is really central. If you're talking about the mind, we essentially talking about
Right.
perception.
That is such an interesting word. That word crystallizes is just as important as that word accepting, and they overlap in a way. Susham, when a person presents to you and all that information comes into your mind, it crystallizes. What do you understand by that idea of crystallizing?
Well, it's full of assumptions.
Yeah.
But I try and integrate the information And
You're
make
drawing
sense.
things together. And you're drawing what? The information that's coming in through your eyes, your ears, sometimes your nose, with information that's already in there.
Existing, yeah.
So the crystallization that this gentleman describes as a part of perception depends just as much on what's already in you, but you know about this person or you don't know about this person, as it does on the information coming from the outside world. So as you're going through the world, taking in information, you're matching it against stuff that's already inside you to crystallize an understanding. Is that what fair, do you think?
Yeah, and something that we constantly doing most of the time, especially in environments
Right.
outside our
Okay.
immediate safety.
So, let's just pick up on where we are so far. We think, we feel they overlap. We do them with our head and we call it mental. And we've got this thing down here called the heart and the language where feelings are, and we call that physical or bodily. It involves acceptance and understanding. We store these acceptances and understandings in our mind and carry them around this thing called memory. And this allows us to meet with new people and accept them through a process of crystallization that brings a coming together of who we already are with the person we're going to be in 10 seconds from now when we say, what's your phone number? Or whatever, when the crystallizing is leading to doing. Oh, give me the phone. My term is too difficult to spell for you. I'll tap it in for you at gmail.com, okay? So something new is happening, right? That's where we're up to now. And remember, all these things go on between happy, healthy people, all 8.2 billion of us all over the planet right now, communicating with 150 people on Susham's phone. This is normal. This is what healthy minds and bodies and feelings do. But I want to, before we go into a big question, which is why we're here, I want to ask another question. Susham, when you said the world, you talked about people. But people live in space, don't they? On Earth. Where did Earth come from?
I mentioned the environment too. So
Yeah.
the constant challenges. And
Where did the
risk.
environment come from, Susham?
Where the environment comes
Yeah,
from. So
yeah.
the environment.
The world we move through.
Yeah.
Why are we here? Why do we breathe oxygen, Susham?
Why are we breathing oxygen?
Yeah. Let's get down to the basics. No oxygen, no water, no love, no sex,
So
no life. Fact. So let's just broaden out on it. Let's go beyond people and things and earth and bits of paper and Rolexes and all the other things that we love, okay?
Do you want me to start with when the meteorite crashed into
No,
the
I want to
Earth?
start, where did the meteorite come from?
Oh, God.
I want to get, no, seriously.
Or maybe that's the answer. Oh, God.
Yeah, no, I'm being serious here. Can you know anyone in science who can actually explain the questions half as well as the people who explain that question every Sunday in this church?
I'm not sure what you're getting to. Yeah, there's the physical environment, which is constantly changing, and then there's the social environment and emotional environment.
Yeah.
There are different kinds of environment.
Put it another way. When someone is born or when someone has died, and I think there's not a person in this world that isn't a stranger to the ideas of birth and death and grief, have you noticed how we all feel this need to come together? Funerals, births, marriages, any occasion where there's a transition in or out of life. Why? Why do we come together when things are getting really emotional? We come together, we congregate, we laugh, we sing, we pray, we cry. Do we do that as individuals, or do we do it as one? I noticed earlier on when Nas was starting to speak, and in the prayer earlier on, there was a amen, or there was an ah. It was a collective ah. It was an ah that my body is resonating with your body, my mind is resonating with your mind. All these central nervous systems that are thinking and feeling and choosing and doing, accepting and perceiving are vibrating in a rather wonderful harmony. A harmony that transcends anything to do with memory or feeling or believing. It's something to do with, dare I say it, spirit. Or dare I say it, God, or Allah, or Hashem, or Krishna, or Jehovah, or if you live in Stamford Hill, G-D, because you mustn't say his name. And all these other beliefs. So there's something way, 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 way higher. Maybe, well, is everyone in this room conscious? What's consciousness? It's in your brain. It's another function there with thinking, feeling, believing, choosing, doing, living, laughing, loving, knowing, understanding, trusting, accepting, crystallizing. There's another aspect of having a mind that goes way beyond anything that any doctor, or in fact, it's probably any pastor, can really tell you. It's utterly private, and it's to do with, what, soul? And I think it's soul that brings us together where we want to worship or mourn or grieve. So I would say that the spirit is probably the highest part of what it means to have a human central nervous system. And that guy that goes to the doctor with his aching elbow because he can't play tennis is because he's worried he doesn't want to lose the game next week. He's got a problem with his spirit. I'm a good tennis player. I don't want people to think I'm no good anymore. It comes back down to his or her feeling about his elbow. So the elbow's got something spiritually wrong with it. You know what I mean? Can you see how everything is now basically connecting to everything else? It's taken us 36 minutes to get to this very, very strange place. And now I want to ask another even deeper question, and really the reason why we're here. Susham, how can this amazing combination of thinking, feeling, laughing, loving, choosing, perceiving, doing, crystallizing, thinking, feeling, hoping, forming relationships, accepting, and everything else go wrong? How can it go wrong? Because surely if it could go wrong, that would be mental illness, wouldn't it? It could go wrong at the level of the... What do you say?
Lots of things can go wrong anywhere in this processing that you mentioned.
One hell of a process.
And it does not also involve just the person, but all the environment and the people and the connectedness. So
God.
And beyond. So things can go wrong as easily as one can.
How, if you had to, Susham, how would you, as a psychiatrist, a man who's devoted his life to making people suffer less, how would you classify or break down or scientifically explain a breakdown in, well, let's think of it, thinking, choosing, feeling, believing, doing, choosing, accepting, crystallizing? Where would you begin to write a textbook on that subject? How would you break it down?
That's the most complex question anyone's asked me.
Listen, you got to make your psychiatrists work for their money. If they're going to give you a load of bull, okay, you got to make sure their bull is good quality bull. Okay?
I'll have to go and
well, you give it to me.
think about it, but it could be the response to any disturbance in this whole processing and our interactions with others, and it could be an emotional response. It could be a cognitive response, a thinking response. It could be a social, behavioral response. I might choose to act on how I perceive the changes around me, which is kind of negative.
Okay, so I think it's time to put this very interesting question out to the audience. Has anyone here, apart from me and Nash, ever been mentally unwell? Hey, oh, it's scary, isn't it? Oh, put your hand up and confess to a mental illness. Has anyone here ever cut their finger, apart from mentally unwell, apart from Susham, me, and Nash? Or are we the only brave people in the building? Okay, has anyone here ever hurt their finger? Hands up who's ever had a paper cut. Okay? Hands up anyone who's ever sneezed. Okay? Has anyone here ever had pain when they pass urine? Ooh. Oh, there's a few men nodding. Okay. Right. Has anyone here woke up and thought, I just wish I could go back to bed? Has anyone ever thought, I just don't ever want to get up again? Has anyone ever thought, sometimes if the earth would just swallow me up? There seems to be a laugh of recognition here, okay? Has anyone, and I'm going to really push the boat out now, thought, I want to die? Look into your hearts. It's tricky, isn't it? That courage to be honest about those things mean you have to go somewhere very special in this world of thinking, feeling, choosing, doing, equalizing, crystallizing, we talked about. And that's the secret of understanding a person who is in distress. That's why Susha and I, after our training of only 6 or 7 years, got the letters DR in front of our name for nothing more than a bachelor degree. We became doctors. We go into hospitals. And that's why people like Susha and I realized that the next 30 years of our life will be taken up with learning how to do it. Your medical training begins when you leave medical school, not when you enter it. Anyone here who's a nurse or a social worker, and dare I say it, in many other fields as well, a soldier will understand these things because of what they look at. So, Susham said something really useful. Feeling can go wrong. You can feel the wrong thing about yourself, your acceptances, your crystallizations. You can think that the devil is good. You can think your mother is bad. You can think ... That's where it begins. How can thinking go wrong, Susham?
That's when the response, the emotional response, or somehow shifts. The way we see the world suddenly takes on a much darker form, if I might say. And things that used to be safe suddenly does not feel safe anymore. And it could be because there's a war. I mean, if you're in Ukraine right now, you would feel unsafe. But you could be within a relatively loving family, and one day you might feel very, very unsafe and you're not sure.
Upheaval, you mean? Upheaval, you mean? The change of time and the situation and circumstances.
No, I mean, for whatever reasons, I mean, if people have had various, I mean, you know, if you're talking about mental illness, some people can, you know, start experiencing the first initial emotions of anxiety and worries and then fear. And, and then they start looking at the world through those eyes, and then they try and make sense of it. And suddenly, what used to be safe is not safe anymore.
Yeah. So, I couldn't help noticing you said the word feeling 3 times in that reply. I mean, does that mean feeling is at the heart of everything?
I think feeling is the most important response. The thinking is our way of trying to make sense of that experience.
Okay.
And sometimes we
right, because feeling is everything, it seems to me, or at least it's the tip of, it's both the foundation and the tip of the mountain, it seems to me, of what it means to understand human beings. So, well, look, Nash, Susham, and I have bared our souls here. We've really put it out there. What do other people think? Can anyone think of a time that they'd be willing to share in a place that I promise you is 100% safe and accepting? What do other people think about times in their life or the lives of those they've loved who perhaps have become sad or depressed or drank too much or couldn't stop crying or couldn't really believe what had happened when a loved one left them physically or geographically? Does anyone want to say how anything that we've said in the last 45 minutes resonates with their own experiences? Because I want to hear it from everybody here now. I think,
and I want to add something of feeling people changing, people who start experiencing things when they feel possessed by the devil or start hearing voices, or somehow their interaction with you completely shifts.
Right, I'll share my experience. You know, when you ask that, has anybody had mental health challenges in the past? I was married for 10 years and I couldn't conceive. My in-laws called me names, so many horrible things. I started to feel very anxious. I was not sleeping. I was desperate to do anything to have a child. When I finally got pregnant, I became so paranoid. You couldn't sit next to me because you take my baby away. I stayed in the house for 9 months, did not go to work, because the first pregnancy that I had, I was assaulted by a patient and I got a miscarriage. So that brought fear. So the next time, 9 months, I will not get off my bed. I stayed in bed throughout the 9 months. But getting to the end of the 9 months, I became very paranoid that if I sleep, the baby is going to come out. I stopped sleeping. I went to the Homerton Hospital and asked Dr. McDonald to admit me because I could not cope. And he said to me that as soon as the baby is out, you'll be fine. I did not listen. I went to my consultant and I said, look, take the baby out. I can't cope no more. That is how bad it got. I was frightened of losing that pregnancy. I set my date for delivery, 37, because I know 37 weeks, you'll be fine. On the 37 days, I said, take the baby out. And as soon as the baby came out, the anxiety left. But over the years, my son is here now, he's 19, the man who put me through all that, you know. Right, over the years, I still get that it has now turned into a panic attack. Occasionally come back. I get anxious. Although I know that I'm not in that situation again. And that put fear in me. I could not have any more children. So that is my story. Never shared with anybody before.
I think my own dad died 12 years ago next week. He came back to London, and I began seeing, I know whether I was actually hallucinating, because I used to see him by my bedside every night. Every night. It was so real. I began having panic attacks. Then the strange thing is, anytime, for 3 weeks, anytime I got into the shower, I just broke down and cried uncontrollably like a baby. So that happened. It went on for a couple of, almost a month. Then one day I was just coming from work. I was just walking past Mayday Hospital. There is an alleyway through the morgue. Then I saw a private ambulance. Someone was being taken into the morgue about 8:30 in the night. That set me off. I just broke down again. Well, no, it's been 12 years, but anytime I attend a funeral, on 3 occasions I've had to walk out because I just had to go out and cry. So it's been with me for 12 years now. On the 6th of April next week is the 12th anniversary. And I've never been able to control it, although it's been such a long time, 12 years. So these are some of the kinds of things that probably stay with us. We're not able to manage it. We have no idea, how to manage, how to control emotions like that.
Any on top?
Because you were asking about why people come together in times of grief, in times of,
One thing I would share is, guys, just be sure that you can afford to share. Let's create a very safe environment, because there's one thing sharing and the other containing what you share and your ability to deal with it. You don't have to, because sometimes sharing can unearth negative emotions.
Can I?
So look after yourselves.
No.
It's part of it and it's life. So just be mindful what you share.
and it's not being able to share that is often the problem.
It's often the problem, but you don't have to share. It's always sharing appropriately. There is the time and place. If you can't, don't feel pressured to share. The worst thing is to share and later beat yourself up to think, I wish I didn't. And trust me, that in itself can give you PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Look after yourselves.
So that's how you classify it, Susha. I don't want to say something just briefly here. I don't want to turn this into a healing session. It's not. I began with this mission, Susham and I did, by asking what it means to have a mind, to understand what its parts are made of, just like the body, to understand how it works beautifully, how that connects all the way from your Susham's fingernail to God and back again. I'm asking you to understand that we can understand these things. I'm not asking you to pour out your heart or hope for healing here. I just want to end with this thought. A good mental health worker doesn't have to be a doctor or a friend or a nurse. It is simply a person who can open their heart and their mind and their memory and their body to whatever the pain and sadness is that that person gives to them. To accept it, to describe it, and to think of the fact that the very process of taking that history, making that examination, is the beginning of a path to recovery or change or growth, whatever you want to call it. And that is what everyone can do. Or put another way, you're all psychiatrists. I think we should finish there. That's,
Want to finish with
for your
my favorite social contract thing. The thing is, if we can't accept or understand what's going on, then it's very difficult to ask for help. And if the people around us are not either aware, understand, or have very negative views on mental health, then it gets even more difficult. So my advice would be somewhere down the line to kind of make it a safe environment so that, like Mark said, physical health and mental health, problems exist. It's about seeking help at the right time and early, not kind of.
Hi, my name is Sheila, and I think those who have done some literature with Shakespeare, yeah, Julius Caesar, in Julius Caesar, he said, be careful of Cassius, because he's a critical thinker, while the friends are running around him. Be careful, yeah? So when we see ourselves, when we are in the midst of people, we have to be careful, because at the end of the day, it's Caesar, it's Cassius who killed Caesar, and he said, A2 Brutus, Antony, Mark Antony, all those who were running around him. So as a critical thinker, be careful.
True, and that's why there has to be a real shift in the way we think and we accept. Like if we break an arm, we don't mind telling people we've broken an arm, right? But you're absolutely right. That's the problem, and that's the problem. People feel marginalized or they get ostracized, right? So it's between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
And that needs to slowly shift, and hopefully these kind of discussions will, start.
Julius Caesar also said, I prefer to surround myself with fat, jolly men, for they tell the truth.
Okay, let's say a big thank you to Dr. Susham Gupta, Mark Salter. See, I wonder what you were expecting there. And that was interesting, wasn't it? To have that discussion, and thank you for those people who shared their experiences. When people were doing that, and I think Andy in particular, one of the things I started to think about was how closely linked is mental health and physical health. And I remember when my dad died, and I'm going to introduce you to my dad later, not literally. I'm going to tell you about my dad later after lunch. But when he died, and I was, bereaved and lost him, there was a physical feeling about that. It was in my chest, and those physical feelings that we all experience when we're very anxious, sweating and shaking and all sorts of things like that. And that's why at BESSTEL we made that decision last year, actually, that we really need to bring our physical health experts into our mental health program, because these things are so closely linked. Our physical health that we all are aware of, and our mental health. So we're going to go on now to a physical health session. And I'm going to introduce Martin, who's already said hello at the beginning, but Martin came with us last year to Ghana, and it really changed the way that we do our work. And I don't think we'll ever go back. You know, sometimes when something changes and nothing will ever be the same again, Martin's that. So I'm going to hand over to Martin, who's going to run just about half an hour before lunch as an introduction to physical health. Thank you, Martin.
Lovely. Thank you, Peter. That's a lot to live up to, isn't it? We can start right back at the beginning, please, of that slideshow, if that's okay. Yeah, hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I think what I got from that last session is never go on stage with Mark, because he asked some tough questions, Susham. That was a tough hour. Yeah. You came out fairly unscathed. Well done. That was good going. So my name's Martin. I always say by trade I'm a paramedic. I worked for 15 years on the road, and I think that's the big reason why I'm here today, because the session I really want to deliver is around resuscitation, because it's so easy. There's a couple of really simple, easy skills we should all learn that actually can lead to saving somebody's life. So that's really why I'm here, to deliver a resuscitation session later. But I was asked also to deliver another session around physical health, which is probably a bit more in the guise of what I do day to day. So I won't bore you with the sort of 10 years or so since I left the ambulance service, but I work now for a charity called St Andrews, and we look after around 700 patients in an inpatient hospitals over 3 sites, and we care for people, I guess, that you might describe as having severe and enduring mental illness, and I deliver a physical healthcare service within that. So I'm not a mental health expert at all, but I definitely do understand that mental and physical health are intrinsically aligned. You can't have one without the other. And I think the other reason why I'm here is to talk to you a little bit as well as a community. I spoke to Stella about the community here and what it was like and how I might be of some small help. And you've reminded me very much of my parents' community in Ireland. I was brought up in a Roman Catholic, quite a strict background, and my parents are back in Ireland now. But it's a lovely sense of safety, a very warm, caring community. And you remind me of my family and people back home, and Stella told me a bit about you guys as being kind and caring and hard-working, resilience, but also being those sort of people that get on and just keep going and just keep doing things and getting on with life. But what that can mean is we can neglect ourselves a little bit as a result of that, okay, and not take care of our mental health and not take care of our own physical health. So I want to talk a little bit about that today as well. Thank you. Next slide, please. And you can just go through all of that slide until it's fully open. And as it says there, research shows that people who experience mental health, that says problems, it should say problems, are more likely to have a preventable physical health condition, such as heart disease, for example. And if we just go through all of those points on that slide, please, we'll just open them all up. That would be lovely. Yeah, lovely. Okay. So, in terms of how our mental health and our physical health are connected, sometimes that can be difficult to see, the effect that the mind can have on the body. But to give you a couple of examples, when I'm embarrassed or when I'm stressed, probably doing it now, my face goes red and my neck gets flushed. Is that happening at the moment? I can't tell. It probably is. So there's an emotion, I'm embarrassed, or I'm stressed, or I'm anxious, and then there's a physical outcome to that. You can see my face becoming red. Now what's actually happening? Well, my blood vessels are dilating, Why is that happening? I've got no idea, but it is. We can all see this. You know, we could get into the central nervous system and those connections, but everybody can see that that's happening. If we look at the other end of that, can we go back? I don't know. Are we able to go back and open that slide up? Ah, wonderful. Thank you. And just open up all the reasons, please. It will just be easier. So at the far end of that, Takotsubo, does anybody, you guys are very clever doctors at the front, does that mean anything to you? Takotsubo. So at the far end of how mental health can affect physical health, has anybody ever heard about perhaps an elderly, frail couple who've been together for many, many years, and one of that couple sadly dies? So you might have an elderly, frail gentleman who's lost his partner of 60 years. And have you ever heard about how that person sometimes can deteriorate very quickly, within hours or weeks? And sometimes we call that broken heart syndrome. Well, the medical name for that is Takotsubo syndrome. And what Takotsubo is a Japanese octopus trap that looks a little bit like a plant pot with a big wide bowl at the bottom and a narrow bowl at the top. And the octopus goes into that backwards and he can't get back out. And what actually happens in broken heart syndrome is that our left ventricles that are normally shaped a little bit more like a triangle, and it's this big chamber in our heart that pumps blood around the whole of our body, that actually changes shape and becomes more bowl-shaped, like this octopus trap. And that's a huge physiological change as a result of an emotional, what we might call a mental health insult. So just trying to help you be aware of that how we think, how we feel has huge impacts on the body. Now, some other reasons are things like genetics. We sometimes find genes that make it more likely that we'll develop a mental health condition will have an impact on physical health. In terms of motivation, why our mental health might impact on physical health. So, quite often our motivation might be low, and that can affect how likely we are to look after ourselves. May find difficulty with concentration and planning. If we're anxious, if we have a low mood, Mark talked about, that feeling of not wanting to get out of bed. That also makes it more likely that we might not attend a doctor's appointment or, something important along those lines. Next slide, please. Lovely, we just open all of those. Other reasons include things like a lack of support. So from medical professionals. So, for example, if you go and see your doctor because you've got low moods, sometimes they'll be less likely to encourage you and support you through things like stopping smoking, and being less likely to receive medical help as well. And this is around doctors thinking that symptoms you're presenting are linked to your mental health when actually they're linked to your physical health. Okay, so I just want to talk about some of the things we can do to help ourselves. And I'm sure none of this will be news to you, but it's just want to expand and sort of make us think about the things that might help us, improve our mental health, which will have an impact on our physical health. So exercise is a big one. Physical activity, being out and about, releasing those endorphins that help us feel good about ourselves. Being outside and getting natural daylight as well is really important. And as it says there, it doesn't matter what that is. If you're out in your garden, if you're running a marathon, exercise really can have that, impact on your quality of life. I recently took up a challenge to run 5K every day for the month of March. That had an impact on my physical health, but a huge benefit on my mental health. Gave me a great sense of purpose, a great sense of, fulfillment after those runs. Next slide, please. Yeah, eating well, it's a really obvious one, isn't it? It sounds obvious, much easier to say than it is to do, as I'm testament to. But eating well can improve your well-being and mood. Eating regularly throughout the day, you know, planning our meals, making sure that our brain has that energy to keep going with the demands of life. I'm drinking plenty of fluid to keep our brains hydrated. And I've got a statement there just about, you know, what a balanced diet includes. But this all will help us look after our health. Next slide, please. And smoking is something I just wanted to talk about a little bit, because we know it has an impact on our physical health. But quite often we can think that actually in terms of mental health, it's something we use to help us get through stressful times and difficult times. But those effects are often only short term. And actually a lot of recent large-scale study has found that actually when you quit smoking, that's associated with, you know, an improvement on those mental health symptoms. And as it says at the bottom, it's never too late to quit. Next slide, please. Oh, just before that. Okay. And if we go to the next slide. Brilliant. And I think this is one of the big things I just wanted to talk about, is in what can we do to help ourselves. And this is about just, you know, making contact with health services, speaking to your GP. I don't know if people know, but anybody over 40 who doesn't have a health condition, a long-term health condition that's been monitored, can go to the doctor, request the health check, get blood tests done, get their blood sugars, their cholesterol, get their blood pressure checked. That's open to everyone to just proactively call your doctor, get a health assessment, and get a little bit of advice and support. Next slide, please. Oh no, you're not supposed to show the 1860. That's the big reveal. What am I going to do now? Can you put a price on your health? Bugger. Okay. So let's pretend we didn't see that. Can you put a price on your health? Do we put a price on our health? No. Any price on your health, Nash? What's your health worth? It's priceless, okay. I am going to put a price on it. Next slide. Thank you. £18.60. That's okay, isn't it? No? And then the next one? Okay. We're not talking about all your health here. And I'm not getting anything from Amazon on this. But that's MHRA registered medical device that cost £18.60. Does everybody know what it is? Hypertension. So that's a blood pressure cuff. Yeah. And talking about our blood pressure, does everybody know what your blood pressure is? So we're talking about the pressure that your heart exerts when it beats. That's that top measure where it says 98. And then when it rests, 62. If we go on to the next slide, please. Just open those all up. Yeah, and we can just open all of these. And the reason why I'm just picking out one condition today, and that's hypertension, high blood pressure. And there's a few things we could talk about, but high blood pressure is what we call a silent killer, because it's not very easy to see. Doesn't produce many signs or symptoms. If we just open all that slide out, please. That would be lovely. Yeah, and both the pictures. Fantastic. But it does affect more than 1 in 4 adults in England. And it's the 3rd biggest factor for premature death in the UK, actually, after smoking and poor diet, when we're talking about cardiometabolic risk factors. And actually, in terms of an Afro-Caribbean community, more than twice as likely to genetically be predisposed to high blood pressure for no reason other than genetics. And there's 2 things two ways we look at blood pressure or look at illness. We talk about modifiable and non-modifiable. So things we can do something about and things we can't. So in terms of blood pressure, the things that we potentially can do about that are avoiding excess salt, being aware of our diets, trying to drink in moderation, being physically active. Now, the bottom two I'm not so sure about. Deprivation and socioeconomic status. That's a very big area to get into, but I'm not sure if that's such a modifiable factor as it may seem when just putting a list. And equally, mental health and stress. We're talking about ways we can try and manage that. Nash is going to talk a lot about that later, about mental health first aid. But in terms of non-modifiable, our age, our ethnicity and genetics, which we've talked about, and our gender, all have an impact. Next slide, please. So in terms of a figure, this was another one I didn't really want to show, but if we can afford £18.60 and we can buy one of these blood pressure cuffs and monitor our blood pressure from time to time, this is the figure I'd like everybody to have in mind. So if we're going to be at home and take our blood pressure with this new device that we've just ordered off Amazon or another retailer, this is the figure I'd like you to remind. So if we can be at home, relaxed, sat down for a few minutes without the stresses of life before we put our blood pressure cuff on, okay, and if we take it a couple of times in the morning and a couple of times in the evening, what we're looking for is our blood pressure to be constantly below this figure. So we can talk about different ideals, 120, 80, 130, 90. We can include things like people who have blood pressure problems or people who have type 2 diabetes. But I just want you to have this figure in mind, 140 over 90. And if you're at home taking your blood pressure, we want it to be consistently below this number, okay? And if it's not, then that needs to be a discussion with your doctor, okay, to have that recorded in a little bit more of an official way. Next slide, please. So I think just open all of those up. So I think in summary, just having that awareness, the impact that your mental health has on your physical health would be really helpful. Getting lots of exercise outside if possible to get the benefits of that sunlight. Eating a well-balanced diet. Trying to stop smoking. I haven't mentioned alcohol because I thought it was going to be covered in the last session, and possibly also because I'm not very good at alcohol in moderation myself. But I think the biggest thing is just an awareness of routine health screening. Don't neglect yourself. You know, I've always been hugely admirable of communities like my parents, of people who have almost a different attitude to my generation about health, and about bothering doctors, and about looking after other people before yourselves. But we need to have more awareness of our mental health, more awareness of our physical health, and be a little bit more proactive in seeking that support and seeking that advice. So if you're 40 and above, you haven't had any interaction with your doctors, any routine health checks, please do organise that. Please do call them up and ask for an NHS health check. Your doctors will know what that means. They might not be very grateful that I've sent 100 new people seeking appointments next week, but it's hugely, hugely helpful, hugely vital. That's the end of this session. If anybody's got any questions, please ask them. Yeah, say.
You see, from what Martin just took you through, what I'll add to it is the 5 things that you need to bear in mind for your mental well-being. Just focusing on what he's just said. The one thing is be active. So stay active, and you know what it's like to be active in it. It's not as if I'm following it myself, but by the look of my... But be active, exercise, take walks, regular exercises, any form of it. Do something that makes you active. That's one thing. Keep it. I'm giving you the 5 ways to well-being. Just like your 5 a day for your physical health. Be active. Connect. Okay? Make a phone call. Call a friend. Relate. Come to church. Talk to people within your congregation. If you're feeling low, maybe just reaching out to them might just about engage you in something so you won't stay home bored. That's 2. The third thing, learn. Keep learning. Learn something new. One thing I have done is in the last 10 years, just over 10 years, I learn a word every day in English, since it's not my first language. But guess what? I don't just learn the word. I learn the word, how to spell it, the meaning of the word, other alternatives in how to use the word and how not to use it. And in a year, I learned 365 words. So in the last 10 years, I have learned how many words? That makes me Dr. Nash. So be active, connect, learn, and appreciate. Appreciate nature. Don't just sit in silo and self-pity, in wallowing and say, oh, just appreciate. I know someone who was complaining that their shoe had worn out and they were worried and wanting a new shoe. And as they're thinking of how to get a new shoe, they met this guy. He had 1 leg. Okay. His problem is in the shoe, but his leg. He's worried about how to walk on the 1 leg, and there was someone in a wheelchair. So just appreciate. Okay? And the last one, give. Give. It's not just giving out your pocket money. Even saying, thank you, Martin. Thanks for the other day. It's not only making you feel good, but it's actually appreciating Martin and making Martin feel great too. So what are the 5 ways to well-being? Boom.
Was there any other questions?
That's one question. I mean, sometimes, hangover, argument with your partner, whatever it is, busy outpatient clinic and stuff. I get home, I measure my blood pressure, and it says something like, 160 over 98. Oh my God. And then I get really, really nervous. I measure it again. I think, it's going to go higher. It does go higher. I measure it a 3rd time. It's gone down. And I go to 4th time. It's gone down to about 129 over 88. When do I stop measuring it? Which one do I believe?
Yeah, that is a really good point. And I probably didn't touch on it enough. I think what we have to do when we're going to take our blood pressure is create an environment that will give you some consistency. So we know that our blood pressure is transient. If you measure it through the day, it will be up, down, up, down, up, down, within a certain range. But what we're looking to try and do when we're measuring your blood pressure is to get some consistency and to try not to find you at those points when we know it's going to be high. Not because we're trying to trick it, not because that doesn't count, but we expect those rises in blood pressure. As we experience stress, as we are moving around or going to work or traveling or arguing with our partner or tired. We expect little bursts of adrenaline and different chemicals to get us through the day. So what we want to find is your blood pressure when you're at rest and when you're relaxed. So like Marcus said, sit down, relax, make sure you're in an environment that isn't going to create those little bursts and cause stress. So if that takes you 5 minutes, if that takes you 20 minutes, if you're going to do it at the end of your day when you sat down and watched something or whatever your routine is, read a few chapters of a book. But just make sure there's some consistency. Pick the same time. And taking 2 or 3 recordings and finding the average of that is fine. But I think the most important thing is to find that consistency. Make sure you feel relaxed. That help at all?
Okay, any other? Susham.
Just a comment, the WHO is considering introducing social isolation as a risk factor for mortality and just as like diabetes, hypertension, cardiac. I mean, research shows that, and it's, I think, very important for migrant communities when we move from one country to the other and we lose our social connectedness. And we, and another thing is when we also grieve for people who have passed away or dead, and we don't kind of grieve together, as Mark was talking about. All of these things can affect both our mental and physical health.
Absolutely, that's a really good point, Susham.
Okay, any other questions to Martin before we move on? So Martin's going to be back with us a bit later, and let's give him a round of applause. So he's going to do a very hands-on session later. You're going to need to roll your sleeves up for this one. And I think it's something we all need to practice and feel confident about. Now, it is nearly 12:25, and we are going to have to change our agenda a little bit because lunch isn't quite ready. So, what we're going to do, if people are okay, sorry about the change of time, but I'm going to do the session that I was going to do after lunch now. Oh, what's this? Tell me. Have we got an update on this?
We still have our teas and coffees at the back if anyone wants to have some hot waters and all that.
How long do you think the lunch will be?
Oh, definitely 1 o'clock.
So, sorry? Yeah? Okay. Let's take a little break now and we'll review the situation, whether we need to break for lunch, because it's really important, this lunch break. We gave a good amount of time because it's not just about the opportunity to have some food and a drink. It's actually an opportunity to talk to each other and to talk to the people here that have come today. So even though if we do break for lunch now and the food's not ready for half an hour, that's not a problem, because I want you to kind of go and meet someone that you've never met before, go and talk to them and get to know each other. So let's have a break now, and we'll give you an update shortly. Okay, just get the people in from the back. Yeah, sort them out, Susham. Come on, drag them out. Okay? Good. Right, let's make a start then. So I'm going to do a session and talk to you and hopefully get you to talk to me as well about dementia. Who's had a member of their family who has had that diagnosis of dementia? Well, I have. So dementia is mainly a condition in older age. There is some exceptions of that. But I'm going to take you through what dementia is all about and what's known about it and what we can do to help ourselves and to help those around us. That picture there, well, you can see it's me. It's actually taken before I had to wear glasses all the time. And my dad. That's my dad there. And I'm going to come back to my dad because I'm going to talk to you about him. So if we could have the next slide. Okay. So dementia describes a set of symptoms that over time can affect your memory, your problem solving, your language, and sometimes your behavior. And you've probably heard of Alzheimer's, because that is the most common of the dementia illnesses. There are more than one, but Alzheimer's is the one that perhaps gets talked about the most common. Okay, the next slide. Okay, well, this slide, actually you might struggle to see some of these things, but it describes the different types of dementia that we know about and that doctors have kind of given names to. So you can see the purple block there is Alzheimer's. 60 to 80% of people with dementia have that condition called Alzheimer's. There's also a condition called vascular dementia. And as the word sounds, it's actually a dementia that's caused by some of the things that Martin was talking about, actually. So some activity in the brain, a bit like having a stroke, that can affect the brain and therefore create a condition with symptoms of dementia. Oh, that's bright, isn't it? So these different names that are given to the big heading of dementia. And I guess it's quite possible that someone's going to come up with another name as well, because people are they're doing a lot of research and they're kind of looking into different things, and people respond differently in different parts of the world. There are different things that might affect someone's mental functioning in older age. So, well, what's older age? When do you become old? I don't know. When you're young, you think that 65 might be the age where you become young. When you're old, 65 must be very old. Well, I can tell you that in September I'm going to be 65. So in September I become old then, don't I, by that definition? So what also happens sometimes is that someone may have more than one type of dementia. So they may have sort of most common Alzheimer's, but they may also have some sort of vascular things happening as well. So it can be quite complicated. And for most people, dementia means that they will deteriorate in all of those aspects in various lengths of time. For some people, it can be a long time. For other people, in some conditions, it can be quite quick, and people deteriorate and pass away kind of much younger than they really should. Let's have a look at the next slide. So, as I've already said, Alzheimer's is the most common cause of dementia, and parts of the brain effectively get damaged in dementia. And typically, what you will see if someone has just Alzheimer's disease is you'll see a steady or sometimes quite sharp decline of someone's functioning and their confusion and their memory. It gets worse and worse. Now, with vascular dementia, which is the one where the brain, it's similar to having small strokes, and the supply of blood to the brain is restricted. What's very typical there is that you get very rapid deterioration, and then sometimes they pick up again until the next episode. Now, why this is important, because this actually, for people who are actually diagnosing and helping people who get dementia, they need to understand the history of the condition to make a decision about, is this Alzheimer's or is this a vascular dementia? And it's usually done by understanding the history and what actually is happening to the person. So that I'm not going to mention the other conditions there. So they are fairly small numbers of people who get that. So let's go back to my original question. Because no one responded, so I'm going to ask it again. How many people know somebody or have known somebody who you think may have a dementia? Yeah. Okay, so I'd say a third to the half of this room, which is probably, probably about right. But we will probably all at some point have a relative or a close friend or a neighbor who has this condition. So it's important to understand it and to see if there's anything that we can do to help somebody. Okay, let's look at the next slide. Now, I've left this slide in about Ghana, don't we, Andy?
What's the difference between Alzheimer's and Parkinson's?
Okay, so the question was about the difference between a dementia or Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. This is actually quite pertinent to me at the moment because my brother-in-law has just recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's. And they are quite different because in Parkinson's you get all sorts of distortions of people's movement, their ability to do things. You often see people who've got a sort of mask-like face, but mentally they're absolutely okay usually. They may get depressed about the condition, but it is very much a physical manifestation of a condition. So it is quite different in that respect. But that's a good question. I just wanted to mention Ghana because we do this. BESSTEL's about Ghana. We do lots of work in Ghana, so I looked at what's happening in Ghana. Well, the first thing I found out, actually, it's very difficult to get any information because things aren't collected. So the prevalence of dementia we know pretty well in this country, but in Ghana it's quite difficult. All right, there's someone in a car, looks like a Toyota LB60 SNZ. Who's that car? We need it to move to allow in our... Is anyone owner of that car? Toyota LB60? Yes. There we go. Sorted. Okay, so the one little study there that was done, as you can see in 2019, pretty much showed that actually the amount of people with dementia in Ghana is, as you would expect, anywhere in the world, really. Same sort of levels. But of course, the older you are, the more likely you are to get dementia. So a country with a life expectancy that's, actually if you look up the life expectancy in Ghana, see the one in red there? Well, it's only 64.6, which is a bit frightening, isn't it? Because I'm older than that now. So I'm over that age. But so if in a country that has where people don't live to 80, 90, etc., then that would mean that you probably don't see as many cases of dementia. In a country where you've got people who are living, much older, chances of getting dementia are higher. Does that make sense? Okay. Even in Africa and the African countries, we know that the population is getting older. People are living longer and longer. So that, which is good, excellent. That the life expectancy is improving as people's health improves, and facilities and public health and water and all those things that help people. So life expectancy is improving actually faster in the African countries than it is in other parts of the world, interestingly. Okay, the next slide. So this is quite important to think about, because all of us at some point may have experienced some level of confusion, what we call their cognitive, mild cognitive impairment. Who's had a fever and actually, when you've got a high temperature, sometimes you actually get quite confused, your memory goes, all sorts of things go wrong. So a mild cognitive impairment could be as a result of something that's happening to you. The most typical one, particularly in older people, is an infection somewhere. A urine infection is the classic one. And you get someone presenting with this confusion and agitation, and all sorts of difficulties in their behavior. But actually, when you look at it more closely, you realize that actually they need to resolve their infection, and the confusion then improves. So that isn't dementia, thank goodness. But the problem is that often people will jump to the conclusion that actually this person's got dementia. They're confused and they're saying strange things, but we mustn't jump to that conclusion too quickly. We need to look at what actually is happening and rule out all those things, because infections are very common, and other physical health things might be happening that might be causing that person to appear confused. So hopefully in this room, we're all at this end, cognitively unimpaired. Some of us might experience at some point mild cognitive impairment. I certainly do. I struggle to remember things now that once upon a time I used to remember easily. But I don't think I've got dementia. Not yet. So it's not uncommon to struggle with memory, and the older you are, it becomes more common to forget things. The number of times I've gone upstairs to get something, get there and I've forgotten what it is I went up to get. That isn't dementia. That is actually me getting confused, and perhaps it's more likely to happen if I'm stressed. So again, really important that we don't jump to the conclusion just because someone's doing things like that, forgetting things, forgetting who someone's name is, that's dementia. Well, it probably isn't. It's probably just that person not functioning as well as they used to. We all have physical health stuff that's going on, and the older you get, the more likely. Nash was struggling with his knee earlier. I've got arthritis in my knees. I take cholesterol tablets. All sorts of things like that. So these are things which are quite common, and all of us will probably experience at some point. Moving along, we've now got into something where we might be then saying actually a mild dementia, actually, it has become an illness. It's become a condition. And by that I mean that it's not reversible. The person probably won't get better. But they might just stay mild dementia. They may not get too much worse, but the chances are they probably will deteriorate. Now, one of the problems with this, of course, is that what I consider to be mild dementia, someone else might consider to be severe dementia, because you're the person, who's perhaps looking after your mother, who's very confused and wandering around and not knowing who the children are and all sorts of things like that. And that's very stressful. Look after someone who doesn't recognize who you are, for example. But for a doctor or a nurse to come in and say, oh yes, well you're only mildly confused, you've only got a mild dementia, so everything's okay. Well, it doesn't feel okay when you're having to deal with that 24 hours a day. It's exhausting and emotionally exhausting. I think one of the worst things is when someone doesn't remember who their wife is or who their children are. I think that people really struggle with that. So what we're looking for when we're trying to see if someone has dementia, we're trying to see where they are along this continuum, deciding around their cognitive functioning, their behavior, their memory, their ability to socialize, all those things. When I used to go and do assessments for people in the community to look at their dementia, and this is exactly what I would be looking for. Ash.
When you are experiencing the mild cognitive impairment, prior to getting, not as if it's linear that you'll get there, is there anything you could do to prevent you getting to the mild dementia?
You've seen my next slide, you have, haven't you? Yes, there are some very positive things you can do. Is this one slightly better? Yeah, okay. I'll let you run back there and I'll ask for the next slide. Okay, yeah, the next slide. Oh, okay. Right, no, we'll go on from that. Well, let me just say a bit about this first, and then I'll come on to your question. It's really what I was talking about, the importance of getting somebody properly and professionally diagnosed about what their condition is. And sometimes that is not just for the person themselves, but it's actually, I think almost more importantly, is for their family to be understanding what's happening and what to expect, what's going to happen next. And when I was assessing people in the community, these three things here were often the things that I would be almost hoping were actually happening rather than it being a dementia. So I might decide actually that actually this is someone with this mild cognitive impairment because they're physically ill at the moment. They've got an infection or they've got something going on that actually is causing the confusion and this impairment. Because that's something I can do about, we can get treatment for that, we can sort out the infection, and the person is likely to get better. Equally, if someone is extremely depressed or stressed and anxious, that in itself, especially in older people, can present as though you've got dementia, because you often present, your system shuts down, you seem withdrawn, you seem confused and struggling with life. So we have to rule that one out, because if it is depression, then you might be able to treat that with medication and the person would improve. And equally, the delirium, which is, again, usually caused by some physical condition that's going on, that's making the person delirious, and actually they can be treated, infection being the greatest one. So really important that we get this proper diagnosis to understand the person. Rule out those things to make sure that we actually are talking about someone with dementia and what support they're going to need. So on the next slide, I'm going to skip through some of these. So let's go to the next one. Okay. So as I think I've kind of just said this really, people with a very deep depression, stress and anxiety can experience very similar cognitive impairment. The next slide. And here's all the things that might cause a delirium, as I've said. An infection, urinary infection, dehydration, constipation, all these things can really cause problems. You'll see one there, being in hospital or an unfamiliar or distressing environment. And I'll show you this on a slide in a minute, and it comes to what Nash just asked me. One of the most common causes of people who deteriorate in their confusion is when they get moved from their home environment to somewhere else, like going into hospital or having to move house or going into residential care or something like that. That can be the trigger that really causes the person to deteriorate quite a lot. So the next slide. I will get to your thing eventually. Let's see if this is it. There it is. Okay. This is a model that a friend of mine, Professor June Andrews, developed some years ago. And it makes so much sense I want to explain it to you, about managing somebody and trying to avoid the situation where somebody's confusion deteriorates quickly in the way that I've been describing. So that blue line at the top blue line, is kind of what we all hope for in our lives. We hope that we will get to a good old age. We might, a few problems along the way. We will have a few conditions like I have, high blood pressure and high cholesterol and dodgy knees. We'll kind of manage all those things and get through, and eventually everybody dies. Can't get out of that one, can we? But we hope that our life is going to follow that top line, which is that your mental functioning is going to keep going pretty good almost until the day you die. That's what you're aiming for, really, in life. Sadly, for a lot of people, their existence or their mental functioning goes a bit more like the bottom of those blue lines, where they have a rapid deterioration and they really don't ever improve from that. And that's typical in Alzheimer's, that someone with Alzheimer's would probably be more like the bottom line than the top one. But you can see all these things in the middle there that help to try and get a person to keep more along the top line than the bottom one. And they're all the kind of things we've been talking about this morning, really. the importance of exercise, the importance of treating conditions quickly, absolutely vital. Asking for help when you're struggling. You look at that one in bold, avoid hospital. We know that going into hospital is one of the biggest factors in people with confusion deteriorating. The very fact of going into hospital is just too much for a lot of people, and they often struggle to get back into normal life after that. So we want to try and avoid hospital if we possibly can. And if we have to go into an older person goes into hospital, keep them there for the shortest period of time possible and get them back home into their normal life as soon as possible. Otherwise, you're going to see a drop down. The family support and understanding, so that the whole family understand what's happening. They don't feel offended that mum doesn't recognize who they are anymore. They just accept, actually, mum's got this dementia, and she's doesn't remember who we are. So, yeah. Well, when the family isn't there, sometimes people don't have family, obviously, and sometimes families just cannot cope. People's lives are very busy, and they just cannot see a way to suddenly have to give up their job, for example, to look after a parent. So it may not be, very practically, that's the situation for many people. All I'm suggesting is that actually there is a much higher risk of that person's deterioration if it ends in that person having to leave their home, leave the friends and people that they see every day, perhaps leave, have to move and not have the connection like you have here in this church. Those things can really see somebody deteriorating very quickly. Yeah. Yeah.
What we're advocating.
Thank you, Dash. Yeah. Okay, so yes, I mean, the sense of community, I think, is so important in maintaining somebody. And if one of you started to act in a way that, you were confused, you perhaps were wandering off and didn't seem to know what you were doing, hopefully you as a community would be there to kind of support that person and their family. Perhaps try and get them seen by a professional to see if you can find out what's happening. And that's, without the community, that person would be struggling much more. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Some people don't understand the situation that person might face.
Why people... I think there is often, when somebody is acting strangely, their behavior changes, and this is someone perhaps you've known, a little bit, and you kind of know, you can say hello to them. Suddenly they're doing strange things, they're behaving oddly. That can be quite frightening, I think, some people.
That's it. Come on.
The awareness. What we are doing now is the start of the beginning. So you need to acquire that knowledge through exercises like this. So therefore, they need to bring in experts to share the learning, to learn together, to understand and create awareness within and amongst yourselves. And that is what it is. So collectively, we will do it. And when we don't have the knowledge, invite the expertise in, and trust me, there's something called assets auditing. We are all individuals with different assets. If we are able to bring them together do you know the amount of assets we'll have? We'll be asset billionaires. So as a community, apart from coming in and praying together, think about what do I have that could be of use to the rest of the community. If you start mapping that out, believe me, together you will be very strong. You see this hand? If you used one finger to fetch water, you'd only get a wet finger. If you added the second one, you might just about see the glimpse of water, wetness still. But if you added the third one, you might be able to see the evidence of water. Now, making it 4 fingers can give you a mouthful of water that would quench your thirst. That's all it is. So guys, your skill sets, knowledge, and assets is what you need to keep going and to support one another. And that's why BESSTEL is there, bringing the expertise in here and sharing the knowledge and letting you know that there is help. And that can go a long way preventing and sorting and helping with dementia, mental health, and physical health.
Okay, thanks. So, question over here. Sorry.
I have a quick question. Apology if this has been said already. Will we have a handout after the training for this session, please? Because this information, it will be better to look into it over and over to digest it, if it's possible. Thank you.
Yes, so yes, we can certainly make sure that all of the slides and presentations, well, you actually do have them, and you if they could be shared with people, that would be great. So, yeah, just finishing this then, how important it is, as we heard earlier, to get physical health checks. People are entitled to it. You need to actually keep on top of these things. You need to try and make sure that anything that is happening is sorted out quickly, and the person is much more likely to have a longer, healthier life if they can kind of get these problems sorted early. Now, advanced directives, do you know what those are? An advanced directive is basically you having a think about how you would like to be treated in the future if this situation occurred to you, and talking about that with your family or with your community. And that might, for example, you might say, if I became very confused and I didn't know where I was, this is me speaking now. If I became very confused, I was completely struggling with everything, because of my experience of my mum, where she's in a nursing home and is doing very well, I wouldn't mind going into a nursing home. I actually wouldn't mind, because I think that might be the safest place for me. Now, if I can actually say that to my family in advance, an advance directive, that might be something that is worth talking about early, because sometimes it might be too late to have that conversation further down the road. Active mind. Well, Nash has got an active mind because he's learning a word, a new word every day. And not just learning the new word, but studying the word and seeing how it's used. Really important that we try and keep our minds active. It's absolutely vital. So this model that June Andrews developed, she calls it the leaf model because it looks a bit like a leaf. I think it's a really good way to think about, for all of us, how do we kind of keep ourselves as healthy as possible for as long as possible? And understanding that sometimes things do go wrong, and we need to try to avoid those situations, but we might not be able to. Right, let me go to the next slide and tell you a little bit about... Here he is. Look, next picture. There's my dad. If you put the words up as well. So first of all, you can see that my dad was a reverend. Does he look like me? Yeah. People keep saying that. They say the older I get, the more I look like my dad. Could we put the words up there as well? If you keep popping them up. So, the first thing that happened, and we're talking now about 12 years ago, that Dad started to get some mild cognitive impairment. He was starting to get a little bit confused about things. He lost control of dates, when things were happening, and things that he used to just do without thinking at all suddenly became quite difficult. So that was step one. Now, fortunately, I worked in dementia care, and a good friend of mine is a fantastic doctor who works in dementia care. And so I asked him if he could do a full screening to try and find out what was going on. So after that, he did that. We had to sit down with Dad there, and the doctor said, Mr. Hazza, I'm afraid to tell you, you do have Alzheimer's disease. And the chances are that you are going to deteriorate over the next few years and struggle. But you've got a good family around you. Well, that's fine. But then something happened. Part of the screening was that a load of bloods were taken, and it came back that actually Dad was almost non-existent in his vitamin B12 levels, and that in itself can actually cause quite a lot of very similar symptoms to dementia when you've got no vitamin B12. So when that result came back, we were all very hopeful. Actually, perhaps he's not got Alzheimer's, perhaps he's got vitamin B deficiency, and we get that treated and he'll be okay. Well, actually, he did improve once he got his B12, though. He wasn't as bad, and he was, able to function reasonably well. So it did help, but it didn't stop he did have Alzheimer's. But he was also, on top of that, getting this extra problem of confusion. Well, the next thing that happened when you do a full dementia screening is that you have a scan of your brain to see what's happening there. And lo and behold, they found out he'd actually got a brain tumor, which we knew nothing about. And we're not quite sure, probably even to this day, how much that was affecting the symptoms as well. It did answer one big question, that because a few years before, Dad had lost his sense of smell and taste, and he absolutely hated that because he loved food and smell of coffee and all those types of things. He really enjoyed that. And I remember years before him saying, I just cannot taste or smell anything. And nobody knew why. But it turned out it was probably this tumor causing the problem. Where the tumor was exactly where you would, that affects your sense of taste and smell. So even though he got diagnosed with Alzheimer's and that was correct, his blood results showed that actually something there needed to be treated. His brain scan showed that actually there might be something else happening on top of the Alzheimer's as well. So going on to the next line. Oh, one more. This is important, obviously, that importantly, Dad died a very dignified death at home with all his family around him, and we were able to look after him till the day he died. How important is that? That could have been very different, couldn't it? When he was getting confused. I remember he used to wander off in his pajamas into the village with a shopping bag, and no one quite knew where he'd got to. And we could have overreacted to that and said, oh, he needs to be in a nursing home immediately and take him off there. But actually, no, we just continued to love him and keep him with us. And he lived, as I said, a very dignified life and into his death. Okay, next slide. I just put this slide in here just to say that people say, well, is there a cure for this dementia? Well, sadly, there's not a cure for dementia. But in fact, dementia is sort of caused by a whole range of different types of illnesses. So there's probably never likely to be a single cure for dementia. There is medication that sometimes is now given. It's a relatively new thing, and that's the name of the medications there. And this does sometimes help to slow down the process, but it doesn't actually cure the process, but it slows things down. And it's become evident that even talking therapies and things can help quite a lot in people with confusion and Alzheimer's. So there's also there's research happening as we speak, looking at the sort of gene-based therapies and all sorts of things going on. But the reality is, at this very moment, there is not a cure. So this is a condition that we will have to learn to live with. And if there's someone we know or someone in our family who has a dementia, we find the best way of supporting them through this. Next slide. So, number one, dementia is not just about memory loss. If it was, I would have been diagnosed with dementia a long time ago. People's memory does fail them normally. It's quite normal to struggle with your memory, and the older you get, that becomes a problem. So never confuse someone with a proper, full-blown dementia with someone who's just having trouble with their memory. And it's not normal. This is a disease. Sometimes people say, oh, it's just part of aging, but actually, if you've got dementia, it is a disease. The diagnosis should always try and exclude any other conditions, like I mentioned about someone who actually might be very seriously depressed. Actually, they don't have dementia. They actually have something that's looking like dementia, but it isn't actually. So all those things have got to be ruled out. So it is a disease of the brain. It is more common in old age. There is something called pre-senile dementia, which I think in my day used to be anyone below 65. If they developed the same condition, it was considered pre-senile. The youngest person I've known was about 38, I think. Very rare. Currently no cure, but people can live a good life. They can live well with dementia if people understand what's happening, if the right support is there, if their communities look after them and don't reject them, and that you keep on top of all those things, the physical health things that might be going on as well. So that, I think, is my summary of this. How important it is that if we all have a little bit more understanding of these conditions, we are much more likely to allow someone to go on for a long time. Okay. Right, so this question's come in. So, is there any way to practically demonstrate dementia for us to know the behaviors? Well, lots of people put their hands up when I said, do you think you know someone with dementia? And I would say that when you say practically, I was kind of imagining I would act it out. But so I think the most common things that happen are that, as I already mentioned, people their memory starts to fail quite significantly. It's not just like me forgetting what I went upstairs for, but actually it's absolutely much worse than that, and you're really forgetting all sorts of aspects of what life's all about. You might think you're still 20 and you're actually 82, all sorts of things. You get very confused about all of those issues. Sometimes people's behavior deteriorates. Perhaps they get angry and aggressive when you talk to them. or you're trying to help them and they're getting aggressive towards you. And that can be very difficult if that's a loved one who's suddenly becoming aggressive. They've never been aggressive in their life, but suddenly they're behaving in that way. So that's another very obvious thing that you might see with somebody. And I mentioned my dad wandering off. Very common for people to wander. Fortunately, these days people have. I haven't got my keys in my pocket, but you can have the little Apple tracking things. If they existed when my dad was around, I would have put one on his key ring, because he always took his keys with him. I would have put one on his key ring like I've got one on my key ring. And I could have looked at my phone and said, well, I can see he's wandering up the high street, but he looks, at least I know where he's going. And I'll allow him to wander. He's not wandering in the road, he's on the path. Don't go running after him and dragging him back. Just let him go for a wander. And then perhaps in 10 minutes, drive up and pick him up, or walk up and walk him home, which is what I used to do. But I used to do it too quickly, because I got a phone call to say, your dad's disappeared. He's not here. He only just lived down the road from me. So I'd beetle off down there in my car, searching around for him. If I'd actually got that device, so it's a bit of technology that can actually help, I could have just looked at my phone and said, oh, don't worry, I can see he's just at the top end of the village. He likes to go for a walk up there. I'll come and check he's all right in 10 minutes. So that's fantastic. Technology there that can help. Any other questions?
Thank you so much for that. Just a question. What were your living arrangements like? So you mentioned when, unfortunately, your dad passed away.
Yeah.
He died in the midst of his family. Who was staying at home?
Yeah.
Or if he was working? What was the management of that like?
Yeah, and I think this is a good example of this thing about advance directives. It's about making sure that people know what you want to happen. So about 8 years before any of this happened, my mum and dad lived over in Southend. None of the family were near them at all. And they took a decision to say that the 6 of us, 6 children, they took a decision to say, look, I think we need to be nearer one of you, so that if something goes wrong, we'll at least have you close by. Well, they chose me of the 6. So they moved from Southend, and they moved just down the road from me into a sort of complex there that has a warden there, but actually they're completely independent. So that was an advanced thing that they decided well before any problems at all that they needed to be near they needed to be near a member of family. Because we are a big family, we were able, when we realized that they're going to, mum and dad are going to need a lot of support, we basically took turns, including my wife as well. So we took turns to be there and be around there. You know what that means, don't you? I can smell it. Yeah. Okay. That was this. Someone earlier mentioned about that's probably Parkinson's that you're talking about. So that's not dementia. Yeah, I don't know if you missed, but yeah, my brother-in-law has just recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's, which is quite a difficult condition to live with. Well, we have got a bit of time now over lunch. If anyone wants to ask me any questions, or anyone else, come and find me over lunch. We'll make up the time a bit now. We won't have a whole hour for lunch, if that's all right, because we don't want to overrun at the end of the day. But let's have lunch and keep on talking. Come and ask questions, and that smells good, doesn't it?
Hello, thank you so much, Peter. Thank you. That's lovely. Let's give him a round of applause. Excellent. The way lunch is going to work is the place is very, very, very. If we do it like that, it will be quick and fast. But if we all go.
Yeah. So as I was saying, we have social media platforms, and I'm sure that you guys have enjoyed the workshop that has been presented today by our amazing team. I'm sure you have, guys, haven't you? Yeah, so if you want to see more, you want to hear more, you want to learn more, all these topics that have been discussed today have also been discussed on our show. This is my co-host, Jackie. she's my co-host. And our show's every every 2 weeks on a Tuesday on Diversity Radio, which is owned by Nash. So I'm sure you guys know Nash, right? Okay. So if you follow Diversity Radio on Facebook, you'll be able to watch the Wellbeing Show every fortnight on a Tuesday at 8 p.m. And as I was saying, please follow all our social media platforms. We're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, where the show also streams live. All of you have your phones, so if you can bring your phones out so I can see, so that I can see that some of you actually followed us today or follow us now. That would be very helpful, because as I said, everything that we've discussed today is also on our social media platforms. So there's Anne-Marie. If you just wave your phones up in the air, if you go into your apps, your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter, and follow BESSTEL CAP, which stands for Child and Adult Psychiatric. Is it adult? Yeah, adult and child psychiatric. So it's BESSTEL CAP on Twitter, BESSTEL Foundation on Facebook, BESSTEL Foundation on Instagram, and BESSTEL Foundation on YouTube. So if you can follow all our apps, then you'll get more awareness, mental health awareness, and you'll also be updated with everything that's happening at BESSTEL Foundation. Thank you.
I can't find the flyer. Go on to diversity for which one? Diversity. That's it. Go on there. Yeah. And go and find the original one.
Relax and eat the food and lend us your ears. However, whoever is finished eating and ready to get involved, may I ask you to stand up for just some few seconds, please. Everyone, apart from those eating. Right. How do we feel? There's some stimuli in it. Our brains are stimulated. Now, as the topic states, it says recovery and mental health first aid. I have a question. What do we understand by mental health? We've been talking about it all morning. But the big question is, what is it? There's no right or wrong. What is it? Have you got mics available for people who are willing to answer? Who knows what mental health is? Even if you didn't know, after today, since this morning, what do you think mental health is? Sorry? Wholeness of the mind. Okay. Yep. Condition of our mind. Okay. Yep. Emotional stress. Good? Yep. How I feel. Thank you. I'm sure some of us own cars. Sorry. Social well-being. Good. It could be anything, isn't it? When you wake up in the morning and you start your car engine and it refuses to start, you try every means and it doesn't start. Who are you going to be calling? AA for what? For mechanical help, isn't it? Good. If you smash your car against a wall, bam,
and dent your bonnet and sidekicks, who would you have in mind? Huh? Bodyworks. It's nothing to do with mechanics. Unless because of the physical damage, it will affect your engine. It's reciprocal. Mental health and physical health go hand in hand. Your mental well-being would actually affect your physical well-being, and so will your physical well-being affect your mental health. Now, mental health, can I have the slide up, please? Listen here. It is not an illness. Slide, please. Mental health doesn't mean a challenge with the mind. I get you're wondering what it is. I'm not going to tell you. I'll let it define itself. Next slide, please. Let's do a deal. If you see me do that, it means boom. It says mental health is the emotional and spiritual resilience which enables us to enjoy life and survive pain, disappointments, and sadness. It's a positive sense of well-being and an underlying belief in our own and others' dignity and worth. So just listen to this carefully. It is our emotional and spiritual resilience which enables us. Do you know sometimes you're on the street, someone is witnessing someone being beaten up or stabbed, and they're actually laughing. You see, stab him up. They don't see nothing wrong with it. Do you think they are normal? Huh? There's something wrong with their well-being. But if they have a very healthy mental health, just the sight of that alone will make them cringe. Is that making sense? Good. Now, there are some people, the atmosphere is booming, everything is perfect, life is good, and yet they are not happy. They don't find anything interesting in life. They don't find it fascinating. What is going on? Their mental health is not all there. And you're thinking, look at him. He's got a Rolls Royce. He's earning 100,000 and he's going to attempt suicide. He's sick. Do you think the 100,000 a week is what is keeping his mental well-being? No. He's emotionally distressed. So mental health is exactly how we are feeling, whether in a good place or what? In a bad place. So today what we're going to do is to look into what it is, what some of the causes of mental health could be, how we can actually literally relate to it, and how maybe we will learn the coping mechanisms and how to support others. Is that okay? Next slide, sir. Okay. In small groups, which I wouldn't bother do, let's do this openly as a forum. Can you think about some of the physical elements of mental distress? What are they? What do you think they are? Sorry? Money? Okay. Guys, let me tell you something. There is nothing right or wrong. Munye dede mami. Monkasa. Just say it, eh? Monkasa say you're wronger. Just say it. What are they? What are the possible physical causes of mental health problems? Body shape. Yes. Huh? Rejection. Yes. Let me just take things. Bereavement. Good. Marital problem, disability. Being single, 100%. Yes. Rejection, neglect, eating problems, anxiety, collapse of business. Oh man, when your wife neglects you, when your husband leaves you. Okay, now listen. We can go endlessly all day, yeah? When your husband cheats on you. Everything you are saying makes sense. Is that true or false? And let me tell you something. I did say physical, but I'm happy the way you've done it. We've got physical, psychological, and social. And most of the things you've said covers all of them and falls under all of that. But I'll take you through it. Yeah? Next slide. Can you see? If you look under physical, it says family history. What the psychiatrist did say earlier on. Family history could be an issue. Medical problems. E.g. fever, yes. High temperature. Ghana won't you say high fever. Then you start, hey, and they're thinking, yeah, fever. HIV, diabetes, sometimes even the news being broken to you. All of a sudden, you go to do blood tests for something else, then you get a call. Hello, Mr. Andy. You mind popping in? I want to test my eyesight. LX15 MXA. Please, if your car is parked out there, do you want to give way for a car to be moved? I know. What make is it? Good. So, sometimes accident and trauma. Physical. Look, let me tell you something. I love shoes. I bet you might not believe it. I have actually spent over £1,000 on one pair of shoes before. And ask me, when did I ever wear it? I've never worn it. Each time I pick it up, I look at it and I think of the money and I put it back. But I bought it. So imagine I've bought this shoe and I love my shoes. I literally love shoes. And unfortunately, I get an accident and I get my foot amputated. And it means I'm not going to be wearing shoes anymore. At all, if I will, it's only one pair. And I'm on crutches. Can you imagine the depression? Do you think I would get my mental health back? Don't we all relate to that? We do, don't we? Yes. Someone said body shape. Anyone who knows me knows I used to be very fit looking. I know you're talking about me, but I don't care. And to be fair, people always think I was fit and I was okay then. I probably was, but was I happy? You see now, I'm out of shape. I barely can stand for 15 minutes. I wear clothes and I look horrible in them. I am a happy man, yet my confidence is not grown enough for me to be able to go out there and mingle anymore. So most of the time I'm at home. Nash, there's a party. Stella will text me, Nash, there's this get together. I say, Stella, I won't go. She doesn't know it's because I haven't got no clothes to wear. And constantly I feel alienated and sidelined. Don't we all relate to this? Once in our lifetime. Use of drugs, prescribed and non-prescribed, alcohol, say the least. Aging. Enough times I see young girls and I find them attractive. I start to talk to them. Oh, uncle, which of your mothers is my sister? Oh, uncle, oh, stop calling me uncle, I'm Nash. And on reflection after that conversation, you're thinking, Is it that bad? You see it? So listen, these are issues that we can all relate to. It resonates with us. Psychologically, because of all these physical attributes, it affects our psyche. Yep. Well, none to say. Abuse, yes, be it physical, emotional, or psychological abuse, it affects our well-being. You know what? Everything. When you lose your everything. So considering the physical elements, it kind of overlaps to psychological. Okay? Because of all these things, accident, lack of everything, you lack resilience. Yeah? Muti. Even church. You won't come to church because your favorite suits don't fit you anymore. Your clothes and your stuff that you wear look good, they don't, and then they are sorry, and they cry. I mean, home family. Oh, boy. Natari and Kono. Thank you. And because of that, you end up developing a very poor self-esteem and have a poor self-concept. When the support system is not there, your pastor is not aware that certain little things could affect you and not chasing up and following up on you and using ways and means to understand your underlying issues and your thought processes. Oh, Nancy, they say, Jemima, sorry. That's all they're saying. Sorry. And it's not just the pastor. Fellows, rather than finding out Jentia Wumba, sorry, they start going to say, guy now, father, Jano. And all these little things affect our well-being. And yet, if we approach them well, it enhances our well-being. Praise the Lord. I feel like a pastor. Now, having that low self-esteem and poor support, you lack feelings of control. So you wouldn't involve validation. You don't feel validated. And therefore, because of your physical, psychological elements, your social life is not existing. Ade won so encouragement no wanya sika. Enti ntimi ntua dan kantie yi wadi. You have issues with unemployment and poverty. Your girlfriend you used to support with her bus pass and rent, you no longer do a job. So you are developing relationship problems. After that, you feel like, oh, I'm for discriminating against you. And then stress sets in. What happens? You are actually becoming mentally unwell. Today, just recognize that the little things matters. Let's see the next slide. On that note, I'm coming to give you this explanation to this continuum. If any one of you has a pipe, this here will explain what mental health is. And for the purpose of it, I will use Peter and myself for the example. You okay, Peter? Okay. Peter is the director of nursing. Yes. Oh no, of this church. He is the director of this church. I am one of the church members who was actually struggling with mental health issues and smoking. And my auntie encouraged me to start coming. But my life was such that there was no meaning to it. But through the support I'm getting from the church, I begin to find myself. So I'm following the right protocols, doing the right things. And now I'm actually getting myself away from the company I belonged. Every Sunday I'm at church. Monday to Friday, I'm contacting the church members. Oh, who needs help? I'm here to put myself in support. I'm getting engaged and involved. So I know to do the right things. So even though I have drug and alcohol problem with mental health, I'm actually getting a structure to my life. Because of that, my well-being on this line is increasing. Can you see it? To the right, I'm starting to feel myself. Yes, people are beginning to recognize me and accept me, that I'm somebody that can be part of society. Hey, oh, thank you. That medasi makes me feel important. So I want to keep coming. I'm getting fulfillment. I'm growing and developing. I still have those challenges of mental ill problems. Because I'm being recognized and appreciated, yeah, I am maintaining a well-balanced what? Mental health. My life is improving. There is a course, training for pastoralship. Because school kakra, I've got A levels. Pastor says Nash. Hey, Peter says Nash. There is an opportunity to go and do some pastoral courses. I recommend you. The church will sponsor you. Oh, thank you, Peter. I get on it. I'm climbing the ladder. Within 2 to 3 years, I'm a qualified pastor. When I walk in with my tie, pastor, it's no longer that. Do you get it? I'm finding myself. Yet I still have the diagnosis. But I'm managing it. Good. Peter, who is in charge of the church, he's been married for 20 years. Unfortunately, his wife leaves him. And not only did the wife leave him, picked up a young man, that man there, in the church. And Peter has to deal with this. He is distressed. Life is very difficult. A year after, a lady that kind of feels for Peter falls for Peter. Peter is restoring himself. Life begins. All of a sudden, the woman has come into Peter's life with a different attitude. Partying, taking him off track, involving him in a certain life. Peter is actually losing grip of the church. And now Peter is out there partying 24/7. He's not getting enough time to come in and do what? Support. He is overspending, spending beyond his means. All of a sudden, Peter, sorry for any reason. Let's call him for accounts. Things are not working well. Peter is constantly anxious. And Peter is decreasing in performance. It's come to a point, you people have voted him off. And now even remaining a member of the church is becoming questionable. And so Peter is getting mentally what? Distressed. And is still not getting help because people have already stigmatized him. And they are what? Judging and thinking, he's a failure. And all of a sudden, Peter, eliminates himself. And before you know, he becomes an alcoholic. Sorry, touch wood. And eventually, if he's not lucky, end up with a diagnosis. So me with the diagnosis, still with the diagnosis, has got meaning to my life. And I'm managing my mental health. Him without a diagnosis, but not able to manage his well-being, is plummeting into distress. So now, do you understand mental health? Hallelujah. continuum is, anyone and everyone is likely to fall on either sides of the spectrum. Do you have any questions?
Causing diabetes, then deba.
Okay. That's a question that some people drink alcohol and get diagnosed with diabetes.
And then some people too, they don't take alcohol and they diagnosed with diabetes.
Thank you.
So what
is the cause? Yes. I wouldn't say this is off-key question, but I'll answer it. That can actually lead to poor mental health. Diabetes, as I know, is actually sugar caused, isn't it? Can you answer them for me? Because I haven't got a clue. I will be talking.
Yeah, I guess if we're talking about type 2 diabetes or adult onset diabetes, normally linked to lifestyle. So a disease we didn't really see 30, 40, 50 years ago, but as we've become more affluent, our lifestyles, our diets have changed. So if we're talking about type 2 diabetes, it's linked to a variety of lifestyle issues. So what we eat, what we drink, and how much we move around, so whether we're sedentary, we don't really diet, or don't really exercise, or whether we're very active. So it's quite multifaceted. It can be linked to alcohol, but not necessarily. It's more to do with glucose and our bodies having so much sugar exposed. We become less sensitive to that and less able to use it. So not just alcohol linked, right?
Thank you. So let's focus on this. But thank you, madam. But whatever happens, that can lead to you developing a poor mental health. Okay? That is relational. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, actually, I should have waited, but it's okay. You see, everything said about these mental health challenges, we have different forms of mental health challenges. We have different forms of different diagnoses, okay? Now, we can name them, but the reality is that there is one approach that, if carefully managed and handled, you just might be able to understand people's challenges and probably support them in accepting help and accessing that help. This is what because I'm not here to tell you all this about diagnosis and all illnesses. No, you can read them. Now, because of the internet, everything is there. But I just want to let you know that these challenges are inevitable depending on our circumstances. However, if you are aware of them as a church community, I want me, myself, BESSTEL Group, and my colleagues here, want you to know that there are these few things that you can bear in mind. This is the Mental Health First Aid Action Plan. In physical health, when someone gets an accident or something happens, we all know what to do in it. The position you put them on, whatever you do, which Martin will be taking you through as a paramedic. In physical health, in mental health, we have our first aid. Did you know that? Some of you knew, yes. After this workshop today, it's not a full training, but if you do want this full training, maybe your pastor, you can select some of your able members and you can source this training, which I am a national trainer, and I can deliver it. Comes with a bit of a cost, though. But we will subsidize it, and you become mental health first aiders. You have your certificate for life. Okay, but I'm just giving you little prompts of it. There's something called algae. Everyone say it. Algae. Good. The A is approach the person, assess and assist with any crisis, listen and communicate non-judgmentally, give support and information, encourage the person to get appropriate professional help, and encourage other support. I love to teach and share by examples. Do you remember when I was giving the narrative about myself and Peter? Peter being the elder of the church. As church members, when you started noticing those things about Peter, focusing on this approach, what do you think would be the best thing to do first? Speak up, speak up. Approach the person. How? In this particular circumstance, how? What? How will you approach the person? If I'm there and you come and say, Nash, hey, Charlie, and say, do you think I will be listening to you? So how would you be? I love the noise. Make noise. How will you approach Peter?
I think we call the elders to a meeting. And yes, why not? Yes, why not? Then we approach him.
Yes, let her, come on, people.
Yeah.
You see, what you people are doing is exactly what I'm preaching against.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Carry on.
Call the elders and we have a prayer meeting, talk about it, then approach him.
Approach him.
A good way.
A good way, thank you. Clap for her. You see, society, we always have, and communities, we have expectations. We always expect things to be done a certain way. But in the conventional world, let's learn other ways too. And we can only learn these ways by allowing ourselves to listen. So next time, let's listen to whatever someone is saying. Go on. Yes.
I think it's important
Yeah.
just to be friends and get more closer to the person. And through that, you can take them through whatever they're going through.
Thank you. That's another way. Yes. Yep. Use the mic, they said. You can use mine.
I think find an appropriate time.
Okay.
In regards to what you said, I think
Yep.
before discussing it, management, approaching the person maybe beforehand, that the business is not being spread around and stuff like that would be the first approach. In my personal experience, would be the first approach before taking it.
Okay, thank you. You see, sorry, you want to? Can you give it? You want some water? Okay.
Actually, if you mean about a church,
Yes.
you have a pastor,
Okay. Okay.
elders,
Yes.
take things happen. You can't just get up and go to him and say, my friend, let me have a word.
Thank you.
First have to approach the assistant
Yes.
pastor is not there.
Yes.
Junior pastors,
Okay.
a deaconess,
Yes.
or an elder. So it goes from stages to stages.
Okay.
So they will approach him and have a word with him, discuss it with him first. If it doesn't work, before you take it further.
Thank you, Mom. Okay, guys, we can just go on and on. Okay, let's give the last person the opportunity. Yeah. And then we'll take it on.
I think me and Abigail said that the example of a church elder or pastor puts people in an awkward position because they are an elder or pastor.
Can we
so
have a very quiet space? Can hear others? Yes.
Yeah, so if it was an elder or pastor, it would be a bit difficult to just approach them. But if it is like a fellow church colleague, that's probably someone I see every day, go about with, then it will be a bit easier to start a simple conversation about how you are and whatnot. But because this is a church elder or pastor, I think just approaching them would be a bit difficult, and that's why people would want to go through other people to get to them.
Thank you. So guys, have you seen this? The diversity in our approach. And the word is just approach. Mommy tried to say something about if it's in the church, within the church. Now you are saying, because it's a pastor, not just a church member. We are talking about a human being. Hallelujah. We are all humans, irrespective being a pastor or church member. Now, the difference is the environment that we should have in mind first. Now, we are so used to wanting to fix things in life, so much so that in itself becomes the problem. So when they say approach, the word is to approach. And mental health comes in different ways, and people have different challenges. So as you're learning today, when we say approach, if you're out there in Tesco's and someone is actually presenting some challenging behaviors, don't walk up to them and say, oh, nice said approach. Do you get me? Don't do that. But you can still approach from afar. That's why it says approach the person, assist with any crisis. Now, within the church, whether you call the pastors, the elders, the deacons, I say, oh, I've noticed this. Who actually determines a problem? Who are you to tell me that I have a problem? Concerning sekuru. Yeah? And yet this person is going through problems. And the more you want to help, the more they feel judged and become defiant. Remember one thing. Everybody has a confidant. Everybody has an area or psychological safety nest within the community that they are within. So as we congregate together, we need to understand our people and understand ourselves. Lately, Martin and some way, but we're not sure. We are worried. How can we just jump into conclusion Martin has got problems? Hey, so what is happening? Yeah, why do you think there's a problem? Well, he used to come every Tuesday. Now he doesn't come. And the Sunday church too, he comes late. And him of all lately, he doesn't shave often. And I'm thinking, what if he's just adopting a certain new way of life? What if he's just got a job that is taking too much of his time? He hasn't really got time to do things. And he's actually making money. What about that? Anyway, it looks a bit out of character though. Know that Andy is his man. Say only Andy. After check that only notice. But lately I don't even see them to. Let's talk to Andy. You get this? That is the approach, the assess and assist. So you are finding ways of not being confrontational and judgmental, and yet looking to support him from a good place by first weighing the how, the pros and cons, and how to identify if there is truly a problem with him. But if we don't go through all these things and assess it well, we will miss the point. Yes.
Some things we take on necessary responsibility.
For no reason. Peter said, when his father, sorry Peter if I'm using your dad, he said when his father used to wander around, he was quick to jump out to go and pick him. Until when he realized sometimes, let him be. Just let him be. Support him from afar. That support is making him know that you are there for him. And maybe those things that you find uncomfortable are the things that makes him him. I have seen situations when Stella will say, oh, Nash, I can wear a shirt. I have got every shirt you can name of. And she expects me to wear a shirt to look like a dignitary. Tell her I won't be comfortable in that shirt. Leave me alone. Let me wear my t-shirt, my Primark t-shirt. I feel good in this. Oh, Nash, if I wear trousers, I want the tracksuit bottom, leave it. I can lift my foot anyhow. It's comfortable. It does not matter. But we are so superficial that it's about how you're looking. But to be fair, it should be how you're feeling. From earlier on, right? So, do you understand the approach? Okay? I'm actually making it very practical for you, just because of the purpose of the congregation, okay? When it says listen and communicate non-judgmentally, yes? Yes?
Yes. In case that person is your sister, brother,
yes,
somebody close to your son,
yes.
is it the same approach?
Well, I just said these are transferable skills. It's even easier if it's a family member. Then you probably, look, let me give you a good example. When I have been through a lot of challenges in my life, I had a marriage of 18 years. That ended not because my wife cheated, my ex-wife. Not because she cheated, not because she didn't love me. She loved me and still loves me. And to be fair, I still love her. But we are not together. We're divorced, and we are divorced maritally for life. I could never be back with her, but I still love her. Now, excuse me, let me tell you something. When I was going through my challenges, the way she responded to it exacerbated my situation. Out of desperation, she lost the man she loved. Just because it was the wrong approach, I lost the woman I loved. Period. Is that making sense? And through losing that relationship, my mental health issues went high. And here I am today giving a testimony. I mean, nonsense. Yeah, but it's good. It's a lesson. And guess what? She belongs to a certain ministry now in church 24/7, sending me all sorts of information. I'm thinking, carry on with your worship. So, listening and communicating unjudgmentally is what we just said. Just listen. And don't prejudge. Okay? Don't just think, oh, this is it, so that. No. And when we say listen, it takes different forms. Observations, encouragement, ensuring people identify themselves, supporting people to understand their challenges rather than solving their challenges. Okay? Give support and information. So if my colleagues were talking about diversity radio, their work and everything. When I was struggling, if my mother and family members, my ex-wife, had certain literature available to them, they probably might have been able to save the relationship, save me of my life. But they didn't. If I know that Jackie and Eva and the rest have programs about that, and I know there's a problem with Andy, Andy, hey, have you heard about diversity radio? They hold certain programs. I know what. I think you should listen to it. I've downloaded the app. Why do you want me to listen to it? It's just fascinating. The girls that present, you should see them. Eva is like that. Jackie is like that. It's not Eva and Jackie I want you to go and see you. I want you to hear about them. But I know Andy loves certain kind of women. So I'm actually giving him a very, very supportive information. And when he goes on to there, he sees Eva and he sees Jack. Hey, I'm in the right place. So sometimes when our partners and friends and family are going through some challenges, we forget to realize that we need to identify their various individual interests, things that fascinate them, what they like. We forget to hand power to them. We forget to allow them to take ownership. And yet, because we are determined and adamant that we want to help them, it's all about me. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Help yourself. Hallelujah. I'm so happy to share these moments with you because we are so quick to want to help people. There's nothing wrong with helping people. But how much have you helped yourself? Frederica. I know you're very shy and I don't want to put you on the spot. I have struggled with this beautiful lady for years. I could see a lot of skills in her, a lot of ability, a lot of knowledge that she didn't see in herself. And I used to struggle just to even ensure that she just accepted one. Now, because of what? She didn't trust and didn't believe. Is that true or false? And I never told her, do it this way, do it that way. I actually exposed her to where things that looked impossible became possible. And for her to be able to identify her own weaknesses, her strengths, and how to use them to her advantage. You heard when I said to you that when we started work, you had just come out. You don't mind, do you? Good, I'm sure. This is how confident she's been. And yet she's a very private person that she won't talk to you ever if you disclose her secret. But she's actually brought herself forward today and said, yeah, why not? She has grown in confidence. Because I identified, I was able to approach her from afar, listen and communicated unjudgmentally, and be able to reach out and for her to reach out to me, feeling safe. So when I said that she went on to do the social media course, that was your first ever kind of something exposing her. When she finished it, she thought to herself, oh, you know what? Oh, actually, I could do bigger things because I've got it. I've got the skills. I've got what it takes. When she told me, Nash, I'm signing on, I'm going to do my law degree, I was thinking, oh, is it really? But I know she can do it. That was 3 years ago. She's got a degree in law. I never mentioned law to her. I never mentioned education to her. It was all about what you can do with yourself. Some of the things that gave her anxiety, that made her feel uncomfortable in life, she's challenging them herself. There are times she does feel challenged. She could slightly break down in her way. And I don't go say, oh, but no. Allowing her to go through those emotions, she picked herself up. And you know what? She's looking after me now. Encourage the person to get professional help. You are not professionals here, guys. So in your church, your pastor is a preacher. He's not a support worker. He's not a psychologist. The most and closest he could get is become a counselor. Don't expect the pastor to solve the problems. But when your pastor knows who to contact and how to reach out, then he can support his people. Yeah? So let's utilize these skill sets properly. So when it comes to mental health first aid, everyone say what? ALGI. And these skill sets are very, very important and paramount. Approach, listen, communicate non-judgmentally, give support, provide the right informations, encourage people to get appropriate professional help, encourage them with other support. Next slide. We've got 10 minutes, yeah? So I'm going to run. Let's know, Martin agreed. Yeah, you're late, Peter. So, I'm going to run them through, no worries, we'll be done soon. Yeah. So, when it says approach, as Stella said and Peter said, you'll be getting these slides. So don't bother writing them. All of you, if you want them, you will get them, yeah? So these are the plan your approach carefully. Didn't I say that? And approach depends on the environment and the circumstance. If it's a family, your home issues, plan it differently. If it's church, plan it accordingly. If it's work, plan it accordingly. Choose a comfortable time and place, as Kadisha said. Be caring and non-judgmental. Tell the person you're concerned and wants to help, if possible. Watch for signs, consider. Don't force the person to talk. Tell them that if it's next time they want to talk, they can talk. Does that answer some of our questions? Thank you. Next slide. Next slide, sir. Good. Yep. Crisis first aid for severe psychotic states. These are just the depression and certain challenges. But severe psychotic, as I said to you, don't go near anybody. When hallucinations and delusions can cause extreme fear and distress. So stay calm, empathize, comply with reasonable requests, and just don't, look at that, okay? It does not really necessarily apply to us, but you will have the slides, guys. And if you don't have them, go to the website, get my email address, send me an email, and I'll forward it to you. Listen and communicate non-judgmentally. Yes, there they are. If the person is having hallucinations or delusions, please don't argue. Yeah? I remember when I was young in Ghana and we were smoking. We used to smoke heavily when I was 13 years old. And me and my friend too, Sly and Steve-O, and we are smoking. And we sat there. And all of a sudden, Steve-O went. I thought, actually slapped away. And Sly went, why you happy? He said, I can't find my head. Hallelujah. Why? I said, what do you mean? He said, I can't find my head. I said, but you're talking with your mouth. He said, I can't find. But I'm a such, And at that point, we were challenging him, but your head is there. And he got aggressive. Because he can't find his head. We too are telling him his head is there. So that is what they are saying. Go on. Give support. Treat the person with respect and dignity. Offer consistent support and understanding. Allow these people to retain a sense of control and making their own decisions and choosing help. Yeah, guys, I can only go on and on. These are very good steps. Please follow it. And you'll be, even when you have issues with your partner at home, the way you approach it determines the end result of the issue. Think about, okay? Yes, people have issues with their marriages and they call me. And when I go there, I'm sat there and they listen to me and later they call me, oh, Nash, Charlie, thank you for earlier. And so I can't even maintain a girlfriend. Action. Action. So, action 4. Encourage the person to get appropriate professional help. Treatment, combination of medication, psychological therapy, support, person accessing services. Sometimes you go and do your research and expose them to it. That is how to help someone. Okay? And then, go on. Lastly, encourage other supports. Recognizing the early warnings. Minimize stress possibly. Invest in a healthy lifestyle. Okay? All these are things that you can support your communities with. Next slide, please. So, based on all these things, I will be summing up. There's something called the recovery model. There is no set ways in recovery. Okay? But there is a way. Next slide. Please. Says good relationship, financial, satisfying work, personal growth, identifying these things. I'm just mindful of time. Next slide, please. You'll be getting the slides, yeah? It says building a mentally healthy workplace. So I'll use this community as the workplace, your church. Let these things be the definitions of the common law and policies, processes that would govern your church. Follow them, okay? And the question is, what are you going to take away from today? I've got 10 minutes for you to ask questions. But before you ask the question, let me steal 2 minutes of it. Is that okay? You see, I'm talking about recovery. There's 3 things to it. It's not just recovering from your illness, but your ability to live a what? An acceptable and comfortable life. And that falls under 3 categories. The first one is what? Hope. Hope. What do you think hope is when it comes to this? Believing that things will be okay. Assuring the person that, you know what, it doesn't matter. We can always fix it. We can always find a way. We can always adjust. We can always adapt. Life is not linear. The ups and downs. And so therefore there's something to look forward to. And when there's something to look forward to, like I was telling you, myself and Peter, I was hopeful. That's why I was able to go on and on. And the urgency that comes out of the hope was my ability to accept the help offered for me to go and do the pastoral what? Course. And then I already had the skills in me. Like my colleague did. She's now got a degree, this law. That makes her very, very flexible in some jobs, and the likelihood of her getting the jobs and actually doing the jobs. So when the opportunity comes, which is the 3rd principle of the recovery elements, is where you use those skill sets to do what? To carry out the opportunities. 5 minutes for you to ask questions. Because I'm tired. Any questions, please? Yes.
So my question is, when you found that somebody is going through stress and depression, and you, the second part of the person that have identified what the issue is, and you try to help the person to come through the challenges,
yes,
and the person choose not to talk. As a second part of the person, what do you need to do to make the person to speak whatever they are going through?
Thank you. You see, I told you that it's not about wanting to help them. Okay, if I come to you and say, Akosia, What's the matter with you? What is Nan saying that you don't do this? And do you know what that will do to me? I will feel judged and attacked. And so therefore I would not want to listen. But if I said, Akosia, Charlie, you know what? Let me know what matters to you right now. What matters to you, Akosia? No matter how upset, and challenging you are, but I've actually asked what matters to you. Nash, do you know what? What matters to me is the way you keep asking me about if I'm okay. Because it pisses me off. What do you mean? That is what matters to me. That is the start of the conversation. Let the person own the conversation. So rather than what's the matter with you, which we all do. Now, I didn't know how. I say, you are judging me, you are being confrontational. True or false? Although I say, unim, now I'm person be so say, dear partner, we need you. Because me just say be a baby, but me ma say and say me cry, and me be any tired, and say me ninja. If me do any dear mo cry, me gonna do an afuno. Until me now, so anything else is here. I'm starting a conversation. True or false? Try that. Last question, okay.
As you said, we should encourage them.
Yes.
When my son went to secondary school, with all these biblical teaching and all those things, they get challenged in the secondary school.
Yeah.
I came to this country a long time, and I was a Tottenham supporter, football supporter.
Okay.
But during his time, it's Arsenal, yeah? So I changed from Tottenham to be Arsenal to encourage him.
Okay.
That is the time of Henry and others.
Yes.
I tried to get somebody paid for him to go to home matches, yeah? He put my name as a supporter of Arsenal, and that did a lot good for me and him.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we clap for her? Now, have you seen that? Just because you come to church every day and your partner won't come to church, doesn't mean that they are defiant. Find out what they do and do it with them too. Thank you very much, everyone. I will leave it here. Mental health, physical health, they run hand in hand. Whatever we do, we've got it every day and it's with us everywhere we go and whatever we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dash. Okay, so we're back with Martin again, and this is going to be a pretty practical session. As I said earlier, you might be rolling up your sleeves a little bit on this session. So could we have that last set of slides now?
I'm okay, thank you. Hello, everyone, again. So this is Annie. If I could ask you all to think about someone you love, someone you care about, and imagine that's this person now, okay? So this isn't Annie anymore. This is somebody you love, you care about, a child, a parent, something like that, okay? And the session I'm going to deliver is around basic life support. So this person's now in cardiac arrest. Does everybody know what that means? No, so cardiac arrest. So we're saying that this person's heart has stopped beating, they've stopped breathing, and they've collapsed to the floor. So that's what we're talking about now. And this session's going to be what we can do to the skills we can implement to give this person the best chance to come back to life and to make a full recovery. So they're in cardiac arrest. Does that mean they're dead? No, not dead, but they will die without intervention. So if somebody's heart stopped, they've stopped breathing and they've collapsed, there's no way back from this without intervention. Unless we do something, they absolutely are going to die. Okay, and Nash is a tough act to follow, isn't he? And I don't know how to make this a fun session. So I think it's probably just recognising that actually there's a reasonable chance that this would happen, you know, in a small community. And just trying to let you know that actually there's 2 or 3 practical, really simple skills that will work. And we call this session basic life support, but really it could be best life support, because what research has proved is that basic is what works when we're talking about resuscitation. I was a paramedic for 17 years, and we did all sorts of things. You know, we put needles into people, we gave drugs, we put tubes into airways, we did all sorts of things, cracked chests open. And the thing we know is actually things that work are 2 or 3 really, really simple measures. If you've got any chance of getting this person out of cardiac arrest, getting their heart beating again, and actually one day getting them to walk out of hospital completely able to fulfill a normal life. So in terms of learning outcomes, we're looking at early recognition of cardiac arrest. So that's recognising it really quickly. Okay, the longer we leave it, the longer the brain is starved of oxygen. And after about 3 minutes, you're going to start to see permanent damage. So if we can get in there really quickly, recognise cardiac arrest, that's a really important step. Getting help, we're going to manage the airway, we're going to learn to start chest compressions, and I've also got the recovery position on there, because if we do our job well, we may need to manage this person on their side, because if we can do a good job, get them back awake, alert. If it was an ambulance with all the equipment, we could manage them on their back, but we're probably going to need to roll them onto their side and protect their airway. Okay. So next slide, please. So this is called the chain of survival. And these are the 4 things that we know make really positive outcomes when somebody's had a cardiac arrest. And as you'll see, the first 2, so an early recognition and call for help, and early CPR, all of us in this room can do really, really easily. You don't need any equipment, any special skills. You just need to have been taught how to do it. The third one is early defibrillation. Can I just check, as a community, you don't have a defibrillator in this building or available, is that correct? No? Okay, so we can talk about that. But that's a third step that's really easy for a community like this to implement. And the fourth one is post-resuscitation care, and that's going to be delivered by healthcare professionals. Next slide, please. Lovely. So these are the things that we're going to learn to do, okay? So we're going to look for danger. We're going to see if the patient is responsive. We're going to shout for help. That's fine for the minute. I'll give you a shout. We're going to check the airway. We're going to see if the person's breathing, and if they're not, we're going to start chest compressions. Okay. Next slide, please. The first thing we're going to do is look for danger, because let's imagine we're coming around the corner and we see this person collapsed on the floor. Now, first thing I'll say is the likelihood of somebody collapsing on a table at a nice convenience, it's pretty unlikely, isn't it? So we're going to imagine we're going to be doing all this on the floor, and when we get a chance later, I'll leave one of these up here if anybody's got any problems with kneeling down. But really the best way is to practice is to do this on the floor, because that's likely where it's going to happen. Come around the corner, we see someone on the floor. First thing we're going to do is just take a beat, because obviously our instinct is to go and to help, but we don't know why that person's collapsed. Could be that they've had an electrical shock, they've been doing something with wires, it could be a hazardous situation, there could have been involvement. So what we always say is just stop, just lift your head up and have a look around the environment and just assess for danger, because obviously you can only help if it's safe, and we don't want somebody getting hurt. Maybe there was an electrical wire or something like that, you could get electrocuted. We'd have 2 people instead of 1. Next, please. Second thing we're going to do is check for a response. And we've got to be really loud and brave with this. So we're going to see if somebody's alert. Okay, and if not alert, we're going to talk to them. We're just going to say, hello, can you hear me? No response. check for a pain response. We're going to pinch the trapezius, give that a squeeze, and we're going to see if we get any response. So if they're not alert and talking to us, no response to us asking if they're okay, and there's no response to pain, we know we're in quite a serious situation. This person's unconscious, they're unresponsive. The next thing we're going to do is shout for help. But it's just a big call. We can't leave this person. What we need to do next is so important. We do need to get help. So we'll just, it's a little bit embarrassing while we're training, but just a big shout, help, help. Make sure we're attention. They can come and maybe call for an ambulance or give assistance. Yeah, so once we've got the airway, mouth, make sure the airway's clear. Okay, we're going to open the mouth, and if there's anything visible blocking the airway that we can touch, we're going to pull that out. But we're not going to put our fingers inside the mouth. Likelihood is that okay. If we can see fluid inside the airway, we could tilt the head slightly to the side, let that drain. Really big. Yeah, absolutely. This person might be unresponsive and not breathing just because they're so relaxed. Their tongue's gone backwards into their throat and it's occluded their airway. And it's a really simple technique to save this person's life. And it's just tilting their chin. Just doing that, pull the tongue back of the airway and potentially allow that. That's a really important. Somebody. We'll open the mouth, have a look in the airway, make sure there's nothing in it. Potentially drain some fluid, but the big thing we're going to do is open that airway. Okay? Get that tongue. And then after that, next we're going to do see if this. What we don't recommend anymore is checking for a pulse. Just want to know, are they breathing? Somebody's not breathing. The likelihood is they're right. And we also want to know they're breathing normally, because again, if they're about to go into might get that's all we want. So really simply, right down, we're going to put an ear over the mouth, we're going to put a hand on the chest, so we're looking, we're listening, and we're feeling. And we're just counting for 10 seconds while we do this. We're going to literally count 1, 2, 3, up to 10. And in that time, if somebody's breathing normally, we'd normally see the chest rise and fall on 2 occasions. That's twice, 2 breaths in 10 seconds. So that's 12 breaths in a minute. Happy with that. Okay. But if we don't see normal breathing in that 10 seconds, we're going to assume that that person's in cardiac arrest. Straight onto chest compression. So next thing we're going to do is move on to chest compressions. Here. Oh, of course you can. Yeah, no problem. But we'll also do this face to face. We'll all get up and have a go. So straight onto chest compressions. We're going to have hands in the center of the chest, okay? Arms out rigid, one hand over the other. We're going to go into the center of the chest, and we're going to compress the chest down to a depth of around 6 centimeters, about a third of the chest, okay? And the rate we're looking for is between 100 and 120 compressions a minute, no more than 2 a second. So hands in the center, block your arms out, and this is what we're looking for. That look pretty simple. Cool. And basically, that is it. That is what we're going to do. Keep this, and we're not going to stop this at any stage. stage. Okay. Slide, please. I'm okay, sorry. I think I'm pretty much done. I'll keep this now. Sorry. And this is the last part of that, defibrillation. So yeah, so a defibrillator. So that machine there, sometimes we call it a shock box. And basically what it does is we put a pad on either side of the chest. It holds a large battery with a big electrical charge. And depending on what's happening in the heart, it will advise you to shock or not shock the person. And if you've recognised that that person's in cardiac arrest early and you've started CPR quickly and started chest compressions, there's a very good chance that that heart won't have completely stopped. If it has completely stopped, this defibrillator will tell you not to shock. But if it hasn't, it will be doing something called fibrillating. So as it is starved of oxygen, your heart will be pumping like so. And as you have your event, the cardiac arrest, initially it will be fibrillating like this. And if we've got a defibrillator and we can get it on quick enough, that will shock and recharge those cells and potentially allow the heart to start beating again. And this is probably the second most important stage. So if we can recognise early, make sure the airway's clear and open, start chest compressions quickly, so effectively pump blood around the body on behalf of the heart, and then get a shock in quickly, got a really, really good chance of getting a positive outcome with this person. And this machine is around £700. So for a community of this size, like that to me seems quite achievable. So £700, about £100 a year to have it serviced. So it is a significant cost. I'm not trying to say it's not a lot of money, because it is, but also in terms of what this could potentially do, for me my advice would be that this is something as a community you should focus on. And equally, it's something that can serve the whole community, because it can be put outside on a box, a locked box with a code, and anybody in the local vicinity calling an ambulance could potentially get to this building and use that if you were happy to share it with the wider community. Or alternatively, you could keep it inside and have it accessible to everybody. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's reusable. So a battery will last normally around 3 years, and will have up to 200 shocks. And yeah, that would probably, 200 shocks probably last, if you were to use it 30 times in that 3-year period, it would still be effective. And that's not going to happen. So yeah, absolutely, it is reusable. Just the batteries that might need to be changed. And if we do have a positive outcome and potentially that works and we bring this person back round again, we're talking about things like providing lots of reassurance, recovery position, which we'll talk about when we do some practicals. We want to think about things like maybe raising the legs because the blood pressure will be low. But just to go through that again, we're just assessing for danger, okay? We're seeing if the patient's responsive, big shout for help, then we're checking for breathing and starting chest compressions. That's pretty much it. And we'd love you all to come up and we can all have a run through and go through some scenarios and get to see what it feels like, because it's not easy. It is really, really tiring, and you have to press really hard for it to be effective. So, to compress 1/3 of someone's chest, like for my chest, that's quite a long way you've got to press. And, you'll feel when you're putting the pressure on, actually, the likelihood is you're going to probably break ribs and cause some damage to the tissues around, but that doesn't matter, because what we need to do is compress that heart underneath. Does anybody have any questions at all? Shall we? Yes.
Responded. What are you going to
do? So if they're not responding to you, so if they're not responding, what you're then going to do is check to see if they're breathing.
Right.
Okay. So if they're breathing, if they're not breathing, then we're going on to chest compressions because they're in cardiac arrest. If they are breathing and they're breathing normally, then the next stage will be to get medical help and to call for an ambulance. You know, there's a number of reasons why they might be unresponsive then, and we'll talk about the recovery position. You know, if this person is breathing, we probably want to manage them on their side just to protect their airway and keep their tongue and keep secretions out. So yeah, at that stage, we still need to get help. It's still really serious, but they're not in cardiac arrest, and we don't have to go through the rest of the process.
In the process of it, if the person has an infection, how are you going to know?
If the person has infection?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think that's then, you know, you're calling an ambulance, you're getting assistance, and there's a whole myriad of tests, etc. Yeah, for this, we're just trying to establish, are they in cardiac arrest?
Right.
Because without you doing something quickly, you know, unfortunately, they're going to die.
In the old model of first aid, you used to breathe into the mouth. Is that no longer?
No, we don't recommend it, and it's not linked to COVID. It's basically in expired air, we've got a reduced level of oxygen. So when you breathe in, there's around 20% oxygen in the environment. By the time that's gone through our body and we're breathing out, then that's down to about 14, 15%. And actually, we know that what that actually does when we start giving breaths, it's actually taking us off the chest. One, the quality of oxygen isn't very good. Two, you're not getting it in very far, and the amount of oxygen you get into the bloodstream is minimal. But three, we're stopping this. We're interrupting this. And this is the one thing we don't. Now, in adults, most causes of cardiac arrest are linked to the heart. So the reality is the oxygen levels in the blood are pretty good. And often the last thing somebody's done is taken a breath. So, yeah, in terms of breathing, absolutely, we don't do that anymore at all. You'll do far more good just by good, high-quality chest compressions.
You keep those chest compressions going, do you, till the medics arrive?
Absolutely, if you can. The only reason to stop is exhaustion. That's what they teach us. You know, no, do not stop. Don't take your hands off the chest. Equally, you know, when help comes, until somebody's ready to take that responsibility off of you. So that's why we often do this scenario in 3 or 4 people, because you get tired really quickly. Basically say, like, if there was 4 of us, we'd do it for 2 minutes at a time, because it's so physically demanding. You know, I'm not gonna embarrass myself by doing it here in front of you and showing you how much of a struggle it is. But when we get up and have a practice, you'll see it's really tiring. And after about 2 minutes, even though we say we're fine and we'll carry on, the quality starts to drop off. So yeah, so if you've got, you know, if you're ever helping in a situation like this, yeah, you just take it in turns and you rotate around.
Might be off topic, but if the event of someone having maybe a stroke, is that very similar response or actions that you will do?
I guess if someone's had a stroke that's severe enough, it could lead to this situation. But ultimately, we're going down a completely different line there. Not actually from a first aid point of view, not an awful lot we can do, especially if somebody's alert, if they're having speech issues, if they're losing control of one side of their body. Really, all we can do there is get them help as quickly as possible.
And also, what happens if it's a child as well? Is it the same amount of pressure or less pressure?
So again, so for an adult, we say 5 to 6 centimetres or a third of the depth of the chest. So if we use a third of the depth of the chest as a marker, so whether it's someone very small or someone very big, it will still always be a third. So yeah, absolutely. If you're getting to a child between perhaps 1 to 2, you might use one hand. And with a baby up to the age of about 6 months, you might use 2 fingers or put your hand around. It starts to get a lot more complicated when we're talking about children. But effectively, yeah, absolutely, you would reduce the amount of pressure, but the amount of pressure you need would still feel uncomfortably high, because it does. You're trying to compress someone's heart through their sternum, you know, this huge big bone here. So yeah.
Just a quick one.
Yeah.
Can you use a defibrillator on someone with a pacemaker?
That's a really good question. So no, no, you wouldn't. What you would want to do is disable that. I think which you would do with a magnet if you were working in a hospital or on an ambulance service. I think it's good to have. We don't really talk about it when we're just doing basic life support with non-medical professionals, just because it's such an unlikely event. And though you will cause damage, it's outweighed by the effects of not doing anything. So yeah, as a paramedic, if I attended someone with a pacemaker, no, I wouldn't, but I'd disable it instead with a magnet. So yeah, ultimately, we'd still rather you went ahead and used it rather than didn't, because the risk of not doing that is outweighed.
Just have to leave the person, call for medical help.
Say that again?
Obviously, you just have to leave the persons and call for medical help. Or
Absolutely.
What would you do?
Yeah, which you would be doing anyway. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good question, though. Okay. Yeah, I've got another one of these in the car, so we can do 4. Oh, is 3 okay? Yeah. Lovely. If people feeling brave and want to come up and have a go, we can see people in groups of 4.
So we'd really like everybody to have a go at this, because this is something which, you know, you might be able to save someone's life with these skills. So we've got 3 here. I don't know if we'll leave this on the table or put it on the floor, but at each of these 3 dolls, we need 4 people at a time. So if you wanted to perhaps start this side, so 4 people round each one, we'll do that for a few minutes, and then you can sit down, and then another 4 come up to each of the dolls, yeah? So, be brave. Yeah, so 4 people over here with Nash's group, 4 people up here with Martin. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Do you want to join this one? Yeah. Oh, you go. Okay, so we got enough there for now. We got 1 more up here. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, if you join them, that's fine. Hey? No, you'll be all right. Okay, so everyone else just sit down and watch, and then we'll do a swap over. Right, so. Have a look at straight in. Harder. Other four over here. Does anyone else need to come up for some practicals? Are you joining us? Excellent. Yeah, one more. Great.
Hello. Is there any other groups that would like to practice at all? We've got time if anyone else would like to practice. We all done? Okay.
Well done. Good. All right.
We were told.
Has everybody had a go that wants to? Yeah? Has anyone left over? Okay. Yeah. Well, anything you want to say just to close that down?
Unless there's any questions. Hello, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for participating in that. That was really good fun, and people were excellent. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions at all? Before I hand back to Peter to wrap up. Yes. So children 1 to 5. So the rate is the same. We're not really changing anything other than the depth and how we do that. So it depends on the child's size. We say up to 5, you may just want to use one hand. So rather than 2 hands, you'll probably only need to use 1 hand, and you can compress. Now, using 2 hands isn't a problem. It's just you need to be slightly more gentle, but you're still looking to compress 1/3 of the chest. But because we're just teaching chest compression only, we're not doing any breaths. There's no ratio. So somebody was asking earlier, I thought you had a ratio of like 30 on and then 2, and then for children that might be 15 and 2. But we're not doing the breathing, because unless you've got access to the right equipment, bags, oxygen, etc., then there's no point just breathing into the mouth anymore. So effectively it stays the same speed. The depth is still 1/3 of the chest. And you might use, like I said, you might go down to 1 hand if it was a small child. If it was a baby, you might only need to use 2 fingers. But for you guys, I would say just a judgment call on that, really. Okay, is that all right? Uh-huh. The one thing I didn't say is this isn't effective on a bed. So if you've got someone on a bed, there's no real point in doing this, because, as you know, the mattress is just going to give. You're just going to be bouncing up and down like I do with my children messing around. You need to get somebody onto the floor if you can. If you can't, there's nothing we can do about that. But you don't need to worry about hurting someone to get them off. You can literally just drag them off the bed onto the floor. That's the best thing you can do.
Okay, I want to say a big thank you to Martin for that session. Okay, what we're going to do now in this last little section, we have been asking all the way along if you've got any questions on any of the subjects that we've covered today, but we just wanted to make sure that if anyone has got any final questions, whether it's about Martin's session or Nash's session or my session, or even Susham and Mark, the two doctors who aren't here now because they've had to leave, but we'll even field those questions as well. So any questions that you might have at the end of the day. Hopefully you've been asking them as we go, which is great. I think that's, some ways, is the best way, isn't it? But, yeah.
Please, as our mother asked the question, he said, in case when you have knee problem and she can't kneel, can she use her leg?
Use her leg. I mean, I'll ask Martin to answer this, but you know, I think so, you know, you have to try and do the best you can, and if you're unable to do it, you know, you're unable to do it, I guess. But Martin,
did you say use a leg? Like you're pumping up a tyre? So seriously, can you use a leg? Yeah, okay. Wow, I've never been asked that one before. And it's not taught. I can't tell you yes, but at the same time, you know, when we're talking about we've got no other options, I suppose you do whatever you think might work. I can't imagine it being effective and being something you could keep going for very long. I think probably not, but yeah, let's hope you're never in that situation.
we could develop a whole new technique there, couldn't we? Yeah, okay.
You know, like out in the community, find someone on the floor, maybe near a bus stop. Like, I'm not asking who can perform CPR, but professionals, they have to perform CPR. Like, so like if a doctor was to walk past and he's not on duty, would he have to, like, would he? Like,
yeah, it's a really good question with a really clear answer, and the answer is yes, absolutely. Any medical professional has a registering body with a set of rules, you know, which includes a duty of care to all people. So yeah, absolutely, you're completely against your registration body's ethical code if you were to look the other way because you didn't feel like it. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions? Yes, one here.
Hi, this is a slightly different one. At work, I had a scenario of a diabetic coma, and they were bringing sugar over. Somebody brought a Coke over. What is the correct way if somebody was in a diabetic?
So I guess it depends by the word coma. If by diabetic coma you mean they're completely unresponsive, and you're fairly confident that's due to low blood sugars, we'd say no, don't give them anything orally, just call for help. Unless you've got, or they have, a prescribed glucose gel, which can be squirted into the cheek of the mouth and massaged in slowly, bit by bit. We try and give food or liquids, we're probably actually going to cause them to choke and asphyxiate. So if it's a known diabetic, if you know their blood sugars are low and that's the cause and they've got a prescribed gel, some will have a prescribed intramuscular injection called glucagon as well, which can be given. You need to know what the cause is, because equally that person could be in a diabetic coma because their blood sugars are very high, which is more rare but still possible. So you can have a hypoglycemic episode where blood sugars are very low, and you can have a hyperglycemic episode where their blood sugars are really high. So you need to know, because obviously you don't want to be putting sugar into somebody whose blood sugars are so high that their body's starting to struggle. So yeah, if there's something prescribed, absolutely, but unless you know that for sure, if they're unresponsive, don't put anything.
We started the day with 5 microphones, but seem to be down to 1 now. So.
Okay, thank you. My question goes to Nash. During your presentation, you said you need to sample the person to professional support. professional bodies who work with young people or children and young people who meet the threshold for CAMS, child adolescent mental health services. They now have about 8 months waiting list. So what do we do?
When you say 8 months waiting list, is that for admission?
That's for assessment and treatment. Because when you make the referral, they'll write to you, yes, it meets their threshold. Unfortunately, they have bad luck, so the waiting list is going to be 8 months. So what do we do?
Thank you for that.
Yes, you're very true. You're very, very right with that. But we do have charities that provide first-hand support, immediate support. Doesn't necessarily mean that they will be assessing you, but they might just have a coping mechanism that they will advise you to adapt. It's there. I mean, for instance, 2 days ago, I had a phone call. I'm not giving away from where. And there's this lady that God had come into her room and wants to sleep with her. Yeah. And this is someone I have supported a bit. And to be fair, when she said it, I immediately knew what was going on. She's hearing voices. And she believes that God is actually in her room and wants to sleep with her. Now, how are you able to tell her, no, God is not in your room? It's very difficult to convince her. What I said to her was, oh, Miss so and so, I can understand why, because I know you're very God-fearing and you love reading your Bible. And sometimes God has to present himself in a different way. You are probably in your room alone reading, and that is why God wants to make love to you. God wants to see you get busy. So if I were you, put your Bible down and step out there and get yourself involved with the community and get busy. And that is the love God wants to make to you. Do that, let's see. He said, oh, okay. And I put the phone down, and she actually believed that God wanted to make love, and she believed that what I said is right. Half an hour later, they called me, and she said, oh, thank you very much. But she's very busy at the moment. She's talking to the other group, and she's getting on. That was just a way of. But if there was no professional support there, at hand, there and there, to be able to listen and identify her challenge and relate to her, that could have been exacerbating. So sometimes we have these charities. I've done this job for a while. I've always been a support to people, both on and off. So it depends on how you respond and who you call for that help. So I know that if I was in Hackney area and my son or my neighbor's child or my neighbor's wife was in crisis, I know which charities to call. If you don't know, that is where we said support is available. Do your research. Local crisis teams. Put it in. So that's why we are starting from here now. So from now on, remember, there is support. I don't know how, because I'm alien to this community. Stella brought us. If you have questions and you want to know more, go through Stella. And I think you would get the support. Okay, because I know who to call for when I'm at workplace and someone has got crisis. I know how to access that help. Go to directories. Use Google. We've got search engines everywhere. Hey, how do I get psychological this? How do I get this support? This? It will come up. Give it a trial. Thank you. Yeah. That's Stella, our CEO.
Okay. Any final questions? Okay. Well, as Nash said, there's always an opportunity to ask questions later in other ways as well. But I hope everyone has enjoyed today. I think we've covered quite a lot, haven't we? Yeah.
And sorry, one last thing. Guys, listen, I did tell you about this radio station, Diversity Radio. We've got some serious experts here. Our ladies are presenters. There's a lot of support out there. Go on the internet, or you go on your Apple store or Google store and download Diversity Radio. There are opportunities for you to ask questions there. People are sharing their stories. You might be able to relate to it, and you can get help from there. You can send an email to our info@Diversity Radio, and sometimes you will get some answers. Thank you.
Okay, so before I hand over to the Apostle for handing out the certificates, which is, I think everyone has got their name on a certificate. That's brilliant. I just wanted to finally say a really big thank you to you for coming today. It's a big thing to give up your Saturday, isn't it, to come to something like this. So a real big thank you from BESSTEL for all coming here. And I think my lasting memory of here is, I realize that you have a great community here, and you're doing some fantastic things in the community as well. So really, put your hands together and thank yourselves for all of that. It's fantastic. I'm going to hand over to Stella, and we're going to have some certificates.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very, very much for a great day. I would like to share something quite interesting with you. I want to take the opportunity to thank Apostle. This would not have happened without him. When I first came to him with my vision, he held on to it. He's got passion for mental health. He's got passion for the congregation. He recognized the importance of well-being of every congregation member. So he tapped into this. He said, look, let's go for it. Ghana Prison Services, they're struggling. They needed a clinic for the prisoners, their families outside. Our Apostle, what can I say? Apostle put funds together, and Destiny are building a hospital unit in Sawom Hospital. Honestly, what can we say? We all need to support this vision so that we can have our name embedded in Sawom prison. That is the legacy. And everybody who sow a seed into this, everyone that accesses that hospital, the blessing comes to us. Daddy, we thank you. We're so grateful for this opportunity. I'll hand it.
Amen. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming, especially our patron, Peter. We appreciate your dedication and commitment to this vision. Let's appreciate Peter. Thank you. We have Nash and we have Martin. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. That was so wonderful. Thank you. Your teaching has been very insightful. We have the BESSTEL group with so many, so maybe can we all come to the front, please? Can we all come to the front? Everyone. They are doing a fantastic job, and it's so amazing. It's so beautiful. All the BESSTEL team, please come to the front. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Some years ago, I was in the office, and then Stella walked in and said to me that God has placed this vision on her heart, and the vision is to support, give awareness and training and encouragement and motivation and what have you to everybody who needs it. And when I had mental health, because of where I come from Ghana, when somebody has mental issue, the person has this stigma, we cast them out, he's an outcast, we take them to a prayer camp, they are being chained, we take them to Ankafo, nobody visits them again, they are forgotten among our families, and they kind of not part of us anymore. Meanwhile, it's a situation that was not chosen by them, a circumstance that they found themselves. Love and acceptance and all these that they did talk about are a way of a good therapy that goes a long way apart from the medications and other stuff. So I thought this is a great vision. And because I've also been working in the mental health for the last 14 years as a carer and became a deputy manager, so I know a lot about these. So I said it's a great thing. I want to encourage you physically, spiritually. So the first in Ghana when we went to, I said, I'm coming. So I went with them and it was so beautiful. And so when we decided that, in Sawam prison needs a hospital, I said, this is a good vision that needs to be embraced. When I went, we gave the money to Stella, and she took it there. They gave me some evidences. But when we met in Ghana last February, we went to Sawam prison, and you can't believe the hospital has been built to a lintel level. Yeah, in fact, roofing level, so beautiful. God has used us to start. Let God use us to complete. Yeah, let God use. Avail yourself. So in the next couple of weeks and months ahead of us, let's all contribute. Let's go and roof it, and then finish it, and then let us have our name, Destiny Apostolic Church International, together with BESSTEL Foundation, build this for the community. Thank you. BESSTEL team, thank you so much. You've been doing very well. God bless you. We are so excited that you have given up us this training. On behalf of BESSTEL, we would like to give you some certificate. Our patron is here. I would like him to hand over the certificate to you, and photographer, then take a picture so that they can show that you know what I mean. Okay. So Peter, you help me give this. Yes. So Emmanuel Ababio, please. If you are here, we're going to do this very quick. If you are here, we will come for your certificate. If Emmanuel is not here.
Emmanuel, no.
Philip Hassan. Okay.
Philip.
Chelsea Ann, can you follow, please? Bismarck Claude, yes.
Chelsea Ann.
Christabel Osei Tutur. Harriet Ofosuhene. Okay. Yes. Michael Morgan. Is Michael here? Michael is not here.
No.
Oh,
okay. He's coming. Here he is. Here he is.
Great. Pastor Victor Boache AJ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Margaret Renaud.
Is that Victor?
Yes. Margaret Renaud. Okay, Margaret is not
Margaret.
here. Eva New Love.
Eva. Where's she gone?
Wow.
Hey.
Vida Ntiamwa. Olutunye Ali. Pesi Boaten. Angelina Kudolu. Pesi Boaten. Okay, Angelina.
That sounds like Okay. Let's get this right in there. Okay.
Yes. Samuel Kofi Okon.
Great.
Stephen. Okay. Stephen Boaten Asmadu, church father. That's our church father. Let's put our hands together for him. Yeah. He's the man who supports us dearly. Isaac Efrifa Sapon, elder, chairman. That's our chairman. Wilhelmina, get yourself ready for your certificate. Comfort Yeboah. Comfort here, you are coming? Okay. Samuel Manford, be ready for your certificate. Harriet Ejewa, be ready for your certificate. I learned somebody just said University of Destiny. So this is a graduation ceremony. A graduation ceremony. Kofi Owusu Asare, our registrar for today. Well done. You've done a massive and amazing job. Thank you. Yawata, be ready, please. Wonderful. Mandy Ajekumbonsu. Yes. Patricia Hammond, are you still here? Not here. Gladys Mumford. Gladys here? No. Rose Jan. She was possibly at the back there. Ya Mafua. Ya here. She's gone. Frederick Kwesi Cranton. Yes, Frederick is here. Mama Victoria, Veronica Sylvie, pre-prepared for your certificate. Okay. Doreen Appa, is Doreen here? Emilia Osei, is Emilia here? Rose Opoku. Is Doris Ayite here? Yes. Is Rosemary Opon here? Patricia Usuanchi. Natasha Usuanchi. Victoria Amatete. Let's appreciate Lady Pastor Victoria, Pastor Richard Afre. That is our senior pastor here, the pastor in charge, the resident pastor. David Apiadankwa. Is David here? David is gone. Mama Gertrude Apia Inin. Mama Gertrude, yes, Mama Gertrude is coming. Cecilia Boatin Frempon. Yes. Abigail Mensah. Rose Apia. Ruth Tetesua. Verma Ochre. Yes. Portia Ofe. Norisa Oku. Portia. Natalie Oku. Norisa. Jacob Owusu Manu. Natalie. Jacob Owusu Manu, our accountant, chief accountant. Sir. Pastor Charles Mensah. Caris Mensah. Sedem Jenu. Stephen Kajata. Hey, sorry. Kajaka. Okay, Kajaka. Stephen. Sedem. Frederick Boscolo. Frederick here. David Amoy is not here. Lydia Sam is not here. Ivory Claude. Nana Amasewa II. Doris Asiedu. Mami Yakwatin. Sheila Annan, Bismarck Edujemfi, Kadna, Sophia Hammond, Frida Fojo, Sophia is taking for Frida. Daniel Olawali, Emmanuel Amwakontechi, Faustina Techi, Benis Okai, Faustina Techi, Benis Okai, Benis here, Millicent Ajman, thank you, Millicent, Enoch, okay, they are all. Gifty Asante, Elsie Fosu, Gifty Asante, Gifty is not here, okay, Elsie is coming. Andrew Che, bless you. Gifty Ofori Amamfo, Andrew, Gifty, Georgina Sewa Bonsu, Gifty. Afua Jeche, graduation ceremony. Okay, Mama Afua Jeche Champon, Felix Owusu Japan. Felix here? Yes. Our chief producer, Christian Kwame Kudono. Christian Kwame Kudono. Okay, Mike Fosu. Well, Marianne Ado. Okay, taking the two. Joshua Dria. Marianne Antri. Margaret Ofosia. Margaret here? Yes, coming. Lawrence Amponsa. So that is Lawrence. This Margaret. Okay. Is there anybody who didn't get a certificate? I think your certificate may be in there. Yes. Okay. Is there any other person? Okay, what's your name? Benita. Okay. Some of the names, the way the handwriting was, I said to the secretary, don't write it. If you make a mistake, the person will make you reissue it. So let's confirm.
Can I give you a blank one and then you write your own name in? That would be another way.
Yeah. They come for it and write your own name on it. As it is. Okay, there is some certificate which might be, I saw, your certificate is somewhere here. I left it too late because you can't come here. Is there anybody else? Yes. Okay, I'll get your certificate in the office for you. Yes. Come and take a picture. Yes. Even mine is not here for me to take a picture. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so you get. So she's going to take a picture, and then we will reissue. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you do.
Oh, sorry. Rita, I need one too. Thank you.
That's it. Write your name on it.
I don't have one.
Okay, folks, I think the day has come to an end, and I'm going to ask Apostle to close the day in the right way. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if you know anybody who left area, their certificate is going to be in my office. I'll make sure that they have it. If it needs to be posted to them, ask them to send me postal order. Okay. Peter, I would like to, on behalf of Destiny Apostolic Church International, extend our appreciation to the BESSTEL through you and say we thank you all for coming. We appreciate God's gift of grace upon your life, the knowledge, the impact, your dedication, your commitment, not only here today, but also throughout all the places you've been going. God bless you. Thank you. I'll see you. God bless you. Thank you, Stella. Thank you very much. You're doing an amazing job. God bless you. I want to say thank you very much for coming. Even though with the vast knowledge and insight they have, without you coming, your participation, the program wouldn't have been as successful. So we'd like to say thank you. We'd like to say thank you. Please, the knowledge and the impact that you have received, impact it on others. Okay? Let's educate, let's encourage, let's empower, let's help others who are going through difficult times to be on their feet. We believe that by God's grace, we will all excel. We will all break through. Life has its own challenge. Every one of us will go through our own challenge. Some will be different in different dimensions, but we'll be able to overcome it with each and every one of us, our support to each other. Thank you very much. And especially those of you who cooked some delicious and fantastic meal to keep us alive and awake. Let's appreciate the catering team. Let's appreciate them. It was awesome. Yes. I asked somebody, I said, but I thought you said you were fasting. He said, oh, I broke it yesterday. Yeah. God bless you. Please kindly be on your feet. Just a quick prayer and then I leave you. Father, thank you for our lives and thank you for the lives of every individual. We pray that let your will be done on earth as it is done in heaven. And let your will be done in our lives as you have purpose for everyone. Grant us traveling mercy to our homes and give us the desires of our heart. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you so much. God bless you. It's a pleasure. Thank you all. God bless you. Yolanda? Margaret? Fine. Oh. I think some go in.
That's Belma.
Sunday, 16th of April 2023, Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan will be launching 2 amazing books, The Power of Prayer and Unlocking the Favor of God That Terminates Labor. On behalf of Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan, we would like to invite you to this day at 333 Romford Road, E7 8AA at 11 a.m. sharp. Please come and be blessed and make sure to purchase yourself a copy on the day. God bless you and see you there. Sunday, 16th of April 2023, Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan will be launching 2 amazing books, The Power of Prayer and Unlocking the Favor of God That Terminates Labor. On behalf of Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan, we would like to invite you to this day at 333 Romford Road, E7 8AA at 11 a.m. sharp.
Please come and be blessed, and make sure to purchase yourself a copy on the day. God bless you, and see you there.
Sunday, 16th of April 2023, Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan will be launching 2 amazing books, The Power of Prayer and Unlocking the Favor of God that Terminates Labor.
On behalf of Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan, we would like to invite you to this day at 333 Romford Road, E7 8AA at 11 a.m. sharp. Please come and be blessed, and make sure to purchase yourself a copy on the day. God bless you, and see you there.
Sunday, 16th of April 2023, Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan will be launching 2 amazing books, The Power of Prayer and Unlocking the Favor of God that Terminates Labor.
On behalf of Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan, we would like to invite you to this day at 333 Romford Road, E7 8AA at 11 a.m. sharp. Please come and be blessed, and make sure to purchase yourself a copy on the day. God bless you, and see you there.
Sunday, 16th of April 2023, Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan will be launching 2 amazing books, The Power of Prayer and Unlocking the Favor of God that Terminates Labor.
On behalf of Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan, we would like to invite you to this day at 333 Romford Road, E7 8AA at 11 a.m. sharp. Please come and be blessed, and make sure to purchase yourself a copy on the day. God bless you, and see you there.
Sunday, 16th of April 2023, Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan will be launching 2 amazing books, The Power of Prayer and Unlocking the Favor of God that Terminates Labor.
On behalf of Apostle Dr. Justice Kofi Annan,